Very good. This is the City Council closed session and City of Beaumont. Today is Tuesday, September 1st, 2020, and I will call this meeting at 5:01. Roll call, please. Nicole?
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Carroll?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Here.
Mayor Santos?
Here. Do we have any public comment on this?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one on the line.
Very good. Let's move on. Thank you. City Attorney, Mr. John Picnic, would you read the items for closed session discussion, please?
Yes, the council will be meeting in closed session. Item number 1 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representatives are City Manager Todd Parton and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations, the Beaumont Police Officers Association.
John, you got cut off.
The whole system went down. So I'm going to say 8:35 now.
Hold on, John.
Whatever time he gets to the front room.
We still alive on this? Careful, guys.
Usually I get there at 5:36. Yeah.
I think that's past 10. It'll be past 10.
Okay, John, let's continue.
I was very optimistic at my guess.
Go ahead, John.
So
Can you hear us?
I guess maybe they moved us over to closed session. And we're waiting to be.
No, we're not. We're still good.
And this may be broadcast, just so you know.
Sure, no, but looking at the monitor, it looks like they're still sitting in the chamber.
Oh,
Oh,
we're good. Can you hear us, John?
I'm bringing up music really quick, hold on.
I think we're missing John still.
Am I
sure.
sideways right now?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, can you hear us? I don't think so. Hey, Mike, give me a signal if you could hear us.
Yes.
Here we go.
There you go.
We can hear.
Okay, thank you, Edgar. Go ahead, John. Let's continue. Item number 1.
Item number 1 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representatives are the City Manager Todd Parton and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organization is the Beaumont Police Officers Association. Item 2 for closed session is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. Employee title City Manager, and this is just the annual evaluation of the City Manager.
Very good. Thank you, John. And we'll just go ahead and proceed on the closed session at adjourn at 5:06. Huh?
The big breakfast speech over there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't even think about it. I mean, we'll be on.
Here I am. Okay, wait.
There you go.
I was always wrong, so he's 200 and
Thank you, Edgar.
So that's our motto. Doing it first.
Yeah, they know. I've been cursing him since he left last week.
Mayor, Barry will not be on here this evening. Today, Barry will not be on
Oh,
here.
Barry?
Treasurer, yeah.
Okay.
It's his 50th.
Anniversary?
Now I'm questioning what he told me. He said, yeah, 52nd anniversary.
52nd anniversary? Or
That's what he
52nd
said.
anniversary?
52nd.
We're missing Nancy. Nancy. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, there she is. Okay. We're back, and this is the City Council regular session, and today is Tuesday, September 1st, 2020, and I will call this meeting to order at 6:04. Roll call, please.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Carroll?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Here,
Mayor Santos?
Here. Okay, City Attorney, Mr. Pickney, could you read out from closed session report on this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session. Item number 1 was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representatives, City Manager Todd Barton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organization, the Beaumont Police Officers Association. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. Item number 2. Public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. Employee title, city manager, and this was the beginning of the process for the annual city manager evaluation, and there was no reportable action taken in closed session on that item this evening.
Very good.
And that's
Thank you. Okay, seems like all the councils are present. We'll do the pledge of allegiance. Council Julio Martinez, please. Pledge allegiance
pledge allegiance to
to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, approval adjustment to the agenda or conflict of interest disclosure? None? Any announcement, recognition, proclamations, and correspondence? None of this? Okay, public comment period, items not on the agenda. Due to current circumstances, we are encouraging members of the public to maintain participation in our meetings by using the following options: emailed comments, phone-in comments, and in person, subject to applicable health orders. All of the details for this option can be found on the front of the agenda and will also be displayed on your screen throughout the meetings. Do we have a public comments on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
Very good. Thank you. We go on the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken in one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolution to be read by title only. Are there any items here to be pulled for discussion? Yes.
Mayor, just for clarification, item 3 on the agenda should actually be in agreement with the City of Riverside. This is regarding these grant applications, and so the recommendation step report, I think, actually was in agreement with the City of Riverside. So I just wanted to clarify that. So you don't have to pull it from the agenda, but I just want to clarify that.
Okay, good. We'll
Yeah,
just
that's
go
how-
ahead and change it and City of Riverside. Thank you. Anything else, council? Okay, if none, I need a motion for these, on the council, from item number 1 to item number 8, please.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items, all 8 items.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Lori.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Here. Okay, public hearings, obviously, there's none in here. We move on action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolution to be read by title only. Item number 9, a resolution authorizing the issuance of its 2020 special tax bonds on aggregate principal amount not to exceed $4 million and approving certain documents and taking certain other action in connection therewith, and authorizing the execution and delivery of acquisition agreement relating to the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District, which is CFD number 2019-1, and approving certain documents and taking certain other actions in connection therewith. Staff report, please. Mr. Jeff Mollingham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Before you is another bond issuance, so we've been doing a few of those lately. This is a smaller one related to the 2019-1 CFD. It's about $2 million, and similar to what we've done in the past, we've got a team of experts that are assembled on your Zoom call to be able to walk you through both the financings of it, the costs associated with it, and what we're going to do with the proceeds, essentially. Similar to all the acquisition agreements, it identifies the improvements that have been completed by the developer, in this case, Part E. But dissimilar to the last couple that we did, this is not going to be a reimbursement of fees. Instead, it's going to be repayment for actual projects completed. In this case, 3 items, or there's 4, but the three major items in your acquisition agreement are improvements along Cherry Avenue at about $954,000 is the cost associated with that. Sewer improvements along Cherry Avenue and Highland Springs improvements. And those are items that have been identified in the acquisition agreement wherein Part E can be reimbursed, up to the amount of bond proceeds that are available. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mike Bush. He's going to start us down the presentation. Tom Jacobs is going to run the PowerPoint. And then I'll circle back a little later. There are a couple action items for you as a city council, then also as a legislative body for the financing authority. And with that, Mike, I'll let you take over.
Hey, Mike.
Thank you, Jeff. We can have Tom Jacob start the screen share. We'll be ready to go here. Thank you, Tom. As the council is aware, we have followed a presentation format that you've seen repeatedly. That's to make sure that we continue to address the questions that the council has been asking that are of importance to them related to issuance of CFD bonds. And as you'll note, 2019-1 CFD is under the council's most current CFD policies and practices. Similar to prior presentations, I will go over the overview. Mr. Forback will cover the legal aspects of the transaction, and Tom Jacob will discuss the bond specifics, and Heidi is on from web should there be any questions. Next slide, please. A little bit about the project. This is part of the Sundance Master Plan, a very large development of 4,450 residential units. This CFD is actually a little bit smaller. It's 118 units planned within the CFD, divided in 2 zones. Project's been going very well. In fact, We have seen in Riverside County, specifically in Beaumont, houses are selling a lot faster than we had anticipated. The COVID-19 has not had any impact on home sales that we can see. In fact, from speaking with the developer, in many cases, this project, including some others in the same area of the county, roughly are selling faster than they anticipated. And so we were able to move this project along and finance it along relatively quickly. 95 at this point in time in July, 95 of the homes have been conveyed to individual property owners. I believe that number may be all of the units or close to it by now. 7 were completed by the developer, and there were 16 remaining as of the end of July. I know they've been going extremely fast, and they may have contracts on most of them, but the information you see here today is the date of the appraisal, and that's the information that is being used to develop some of the numbers, but also with some of the information that's in the preliminary official statement. As of a few weeks ago, we had a couple other updates to that. You can see 20 homes under contract to be sold. Again, project is going very well. Price point appears to be accurate and good. We are also hearing that many of the buyers are first-time home buyers. Next slide, please. The bonds, as proposed, as the council is aware, had a authorization up to $4 million. The bonds expected to be issued at par amount of roughly $2.170,000. We will not be issuing bonds after this, so whatever this issuance is closes out this CFD. And as I think Jeff alluded to, we'll have a little bit of a discussion on what will be financed as part of it. Part of our continuing presentation to council, we like to include information relative to the average levy. You'll see it listed here as $1,317. Tax rate on point with the council's desire, keeping at or near 2%. So we are just above that for Zone 1 and just below that for Zone 2. And cost of issuance are in line with similar transactions, which will slow. I'll show you in the next slides. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Formath, and then Tom will pick up when we get to the specifics, and we'll be able to answer any questions the council has. Mr. Formath.
Thanks, Mike. Mayor, council members, good to see you this evening if we're on Zoom. Tom, if you go to the next page here. So again, we've been very conscious and deliberative in our process of reviewing the disclosure here related to the official statement. In order to make sure that we've complied with the cease and desist order and the city's policies and procedures that were adopted in connection with that. We've complied with official statements, been reviewed by the financing team. We've had a complete review and a call to go over it to make sure that we've incorporated all the comments and changes that folks have had. And if anybody in the council has any comments on the document this evening or in the next day or so, we still have time and the ability to make those changes if you see something in there. Tom, can you make the next slide, please? So the items before you tonight, there's 2 resolutions. One is the first one is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont acting as a legislative body of CFD 2019-1, which approves the issuance of special tax bonds and a not to exceed amount of $4 million. I think as Mike said, we expect that amount to be less than that. It's going to be in the $2 million range. It approves certain documents and other actions associated therewith, including a bond purchase agreement, a continued disclosure agreement, a preliminary official statement, the bond indenture, and then also on file is the appraisal that's associated with the property, the securities of the financing, and then the hiring of the financing team, and the acknowledgement of the good faith estimates. And then there's a separate resolution before you this evening, that of the City Council, which would approve the acquisition agreement that would agree to acquire the completed facilities from Party Homes upon their, all the conditions for their acceptance being satisfied. Tom, next slide. And with that, I guess I'll turn that over to Tom, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions at the end of this after Tom goes.
Thank you, Brian, and good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. Nice to see everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. Starting out on slide 10 here, we have an overview of the sources and uses of the funds. A little bit about the proposed debt service. So based on market conditions as of August 21st, We're estimating a par amount of about $2.17 million, which along with about $162,000 premium will net about $2 million in proceeds, in net proceeds. We'll also fund about $128,000 in a debt service reserve fund, and then finance about $178,000 combined in issuance costs, the cost of issuance and the underwriter's discount. As is done for all of the city CFD financings, the bonds will be structured so that the special tax revenues or the taxes collected within the CFD will provide at least 1.1 times coverage on annual payments. I think Mike mentioned the taxes will be flat over the life of the bonds. There's no escalation. You can see the special tax revenues here in the orange bar, and then the debt payments, the projected debt payments here in gray. On the following page, we have the breakdown of the issuance costs. We typically do this for City Council. This is a relatively small transaction, a little over $2 million. So the financing team had to be very thoughtful, very mindful of its proposed fees. You can see in aggregate the proposed fees are much smaller than some other recent non-rated CFD financings of the city. Really, the only comparable in terms of size, the only comparable transaction has been, or is the last year's $4.1 million CFD 2016-4, the Four Seasons project financing, which had issuance costs about $215,000. That deal was about twice as big as ours, so had a little bit more in terms of the cost of issuance. Last but not least, on the last page, we have the tentative financing schedule. So assuming council approve this financing this evening, the bonds are expected to price next week, as early as next week. So we're going to make the official statement, which is the offering document to prospective investors. We're going to make that available this Thursday, and then pre-market the bonds for a couple of days, and then jump into the market. Hopefully next week, if market conditions remain favorable. If that happens, we expect to close or settle the bonds just a few weeks later, the week of September 21st. So that concludes the presentation, and the financing team is happy to take any questions that the council may have.
Very good. Thank you. Let's go on the any public comments on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one on the line, Nicole.
Very good. Okay, let's move on, and it's open for discussion, council. I can see your hand. Since Lloyd is over here, go ahead, Lloyd.
Just a quick couple of questions. I've already been approached by people who want to know some of the details, which I think I know, but I'd just like to run by them with you today. First of all, one of you said that we're not, I think it was Mike said we're no longer issuing more bonds, even though we've approved 4.5 or 4 million, we're stopping at 2.15 million. And in order to do that, is it something that we're going to approve or file that prevents a future council from being able to come back and reopen this for more bonds?
Yeah, Councilmember White. So essentially, in the indenture that's being approved tonight, there's a covenant that there won't be the issuance of any additional bonds, except for refunding bonds.
Okay.
And so that's in the document. And then again, the acquisition agreement with Party this is sort of it in terms of what can be acquired. So there won't be an ability to issue additional bonds in the future.
So I'm not sure if this might be a question for Heidi, but maybe others here can answer it. People who purchased homes in the first home buyers were paying, not knowing how much bonds we were going to issue. Were they paying on a possible $4 million? And if that's the case, will their payments go down when we lock this in at $2.15 million?
Well, the current homeowners are paying at their assigned special tax rate, and this is the first year of the levy. So everyone's enrollment this year is at their assigned special tax. The aggregate of the assigned special tax is $169.20, and the average debt service will be around $146 over the life of the debt. So next year they will see a decrease in the enrolled amounts, but they were being assessed, assuming a $4 million issuance, they were being assessed based upon the assigned rate. The $4 million that we had estimated was, if market conditions were really great, we got a lower interest rate, or something happens to allow for a issuance of more than 2.1 million, then we would have done that. But given whatever the market conditions are now, we're constrained by the assigned rate that the property owners are being assessed. So it would never go above what they've been disclosed.
So at the same time, none of those early buyers are going to be all of a sudden receiving a property tax bill that they haven't been paying in last year, for example.
Well, this is the first year that the taxes have been levied on the property.
Okay. And then the last question I had for you was, I know in here somewhere there's a list of the projects or infrastructure that the developer has submitted for approval to reach this 2.15 million. Is there sort of this came up a question a couple of weeks ago? Is there sort of a description of what type of infrastructure that I get to ask that question? Is it for the streets inside the development? Is it for sidewalks there, or is it for external connections to the sewer? What qualifies under that 2.15 million?
Yeah, these are not in-tract improvements. Specifically, the city doesn't really, as a policy basis, like to finance in-tract improvements. These are adjacent, sort of outside track, street and road improvements. I don't know, Jeff, if you want to, Jeff or Todd, you want to expand further about, you guys might be more familiar with the actual improvements here than I am.
Yeah, if you look at page 374 in the packet, that's the component of the acquisition agreement. So remember the formation documents and then the POS and those things provide a general description of what would be eligible for funding. The acquisition agreement contains the specific projects. If you look at page 374, you'll see it's Cherry Avenue street improvements, $954,607. Storm drain improvements along Cherry Avenue, which is $1,035,000. Sewer improvements in Cherry Avenue, $4,118. And then Hot Springs Avenue street improvements, $1.5 million. And that 1.5 is reimbursing for the reconstruction of Hot Springs Avenue that Party is doing right now.
Okay.
And so, despite the fact that those improvements total more than the $2 million or so that we have in the acquisition fund, the developer will only be able to be reimbursed, right now for what is deposited in the acquisition fund from this district.
Okay, and just for clarification, I think Brian, you said that following the city policy, was it the city policy, say 10, 15 years ago, not to do in-track improvements, or were we funding in-track improvements back then?
It's hard for me to to talk about what the city policy was 10 or 15 years ago because one, I wasn't there, but clearly back then the policy was to finance fees and then to sort of take that money that was used to finance development impact fees and then for the city to spend it as it sort of saw fit throughout the city was really sort of the policy back then. And that's what made it hard, obviously, for the council and for the public and for officials to sort of know what was built from these CFDs and how to track, where the bond proceeds were spent on. And so we've obviously worked very hard with council and city staff in trying to figure out a more transparent and a better way to identify public infrastructure here so that people understand and know what it is that the CFDs are financing.
And thank you. That's why I asked that question, because every time, if we can continue to remind people that the way we're doing it is a more responsible way than was done before, I think it helps us all understand the process better. So that's all the questions I had.
Right.
Very good. Thank you. Council? I don't see you, Nancy. Come in. She has a question. There she is. You're good, Nancy?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. How about Mayor Pro Tem Mike? He's good. Will you? Okay. Very good. So we could need a motion.
Do we have a script of motions, or we just do one? We usually-
Go ahead, Brian, thank you.
Well, I was going to say, there's just two separate resolutions here tonight. You could take them, since you're acting sort of as, in two separate bodies, it would probably be good to have just a separate motion for each of the resolutions. But there's no public hearing requirements or script otherwise, other than just a motion, a second, and whatever the vote is.
Okay, so I guess I'll make a motion to, what's under recommended action, waive full reading, adopt by title only, resolution of the City Council, City of Beaumont, acting as legislative body. Oops, is that the wrong one? Legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2019-1, authorizing the issuance of its 2020 special tax bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $4 million, and approving certain documents and taking certain other actions in connection therewith, and waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont authorizing the execution and delivery of an acquisitions agreement relating to the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2019-1, and approving certain documents and taking certain other actions in connection therewith. That was my motion.
Oh, I'll second. Go ahead.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, let's move on item number 10. Authorized payment to Web Municipal Finance LLC in an amount of $199.95 for CFD administration and special tax consulting services. Jeff, staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Before you is a request. Now, we have a contract with Webb, as you know, we said Heidi on. But this takes us a little beyond the contract authority, so that's why this is back in front of you. Because we need your approval to have this go from the contract authority, which is $185, up to the amount that we're going to be billed this next year of $199,095. The reason it's higher is because we've added to the scope of the work that Webb is doing 7 different taxes that they're managing for us for different improvement areas that have been added that weren't part of the initial contract. So that totals $13,645. That's the delta or the difference between the contract that you had already approved a year and a half back and what's now before you for this year. I would also point out that we are going to be coming up next year to the third year, and we're going to be looking at, this is going to be the third year, we're going to be looking at having to either extend out the contract as a provision, as most of your contracts have now, for 2 1-year extensions, or go out with RFP. And so we'll need to, at some point in time, have that discussion with you, whether you want to move forward with an extension or seek an RFP for these services. And that's really all I have. This is just taking us a little bit beyond the contract authority, so I need your approval to go there.
Very good. Thank you, Jeff. Any public comment on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one's on the line.
Very good. Thank you. Council, it's open for discussion on this item number 10. Questions? If not, I need a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the updated work order from Webb Municipal Finance LLC in the amount of $199,095.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Heidi.
Thank you, Heidi. Okay, item number 11. Authorize the mayor to execute the notice of completion documents for the capital improvement street program and record the notice of completion documents with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder's Office. Staff report, Jeff. Oh, Gerhard.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, City Council. So I'm very pleased to be bringing this to you. This is a notice of completion, as you stated, for the citywide pavement management program we recently completed. As you recall, back in March of this year, the City Council approved a public works agreement with Madge Corporation for construction services related to the Capital Improvement Street improvement program in the amount of about $2.6 million. That CIP list included the following projects: the Beaumont Avenue reconstruction project, both the 18 and 19 annual citywide street rehab project, including the alleyway behind the post office, and both the 18 and 19 annual slurry seal project. The program scope of work consisted of pavement rehabilitation and included everything from full depth replacement, which we did a significant portion of Beaumont Avenue with, a mill and overlay, which we did the remainder of Beaumont Avenue with, and then a slurry seal approach, which we did on several streets throughout the city. Within your staff report, there's a detailed summary of each project and any associated change orders with the above mentioned projects. Also included in the fiscal impact section is a tabular summary of the breakdown of the original construction contract amount, as well as how the project cost tracked. As you can see, not only were we in time and actually ahead of time, as we finished under budget as well. So, big thanks to staff that did a great job of managing putting this project together. And with that, I'd like to recommend that the City Council authorize the mayor to execute a notice of completion with the county recorder for the annual street improvement project. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Very good job. Thank you. Any public comments on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one's on the line, Nicole.
Okay, very good. Open for discussion on item 11.
Just a quick question.
Okay. Quick questions on
You can go first. I thought Julio had a question.
Oh, Julio.
Just a quick question, Mayor. How do we verify change order requests? Do we have a way to verify that it's true? There's something mentioned about a soil engineer in one place, and I'm just not sure what the protocol is, how we verify these change orders, and who does that.
So this project is actively managed not only by our inspection crews in-house, but any field deviations that are encountered in the field, we would send it back to engineering. So they would submit a request for information to the city, depending on what happens, and if there is a legitimate deviation from what the project plan and specifications would show, then we will analyze that and work together to come up with a recommendation. As you recall, when we took this item to council originally to award the contract, we pre-authorized the city manager to approve change orders to X amount of the contingency listed. So we had a pre-approval for some of these change orders already in place.
I just wanted to make sure the public's aware that we're making sure that we're following up with all of the change order requests. So perfect. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you. Council White?
First of all, another project under budget. Thank you. I appreciate that. So the question I get whenever I tell someone, ask them how wonderful it is to drive on the new Beaumont Avenue is, yeah, but you left off the piece from Oak Valley to Brookside. And I know that Ashley has done a really good job of trying to inform people that we haven't left it off. We're still planning to complete Beaumont Avenue to Cherry Valley, or to Brookside, correct?
Yes, so we are targeting that as soon as actually this year's annual street improvement project. So just from a cost perspective, I think that if we would have done in this round, we would have done Beaumont from Oak Valley to Brookside. It would have been very little to spread the wealth among other city streets that obviously desperately needed. But it is very much on the radar this year. It's still undetermined as to whether we will take that all the way to Brookside or if we have to segment that even further and do from, because it's a long stretch, if we have to do that from Oak Valley to Cougar and then Cougar to Brookside. We would definitely like to, and depending on available funding at that time, we would like to complete the remaining segment all the way to Brookside.
Perfect, thank you. That's all I had.
Very good. Thank you. Council? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Nope.
Rosen.
Nicole?
We will have another 5 minutes.
I worked hard to do this.
I think Edgar's the one who should be paying the penalties here.
Look at that video, yeah.
You got a case 805 in the back there, Edgar?
Just having fun here, Edgar. Don't mind us.
The Wi-Fi has been really laggy. I just wonder if you have a minute to switch to.
You know, at home, we got both kids upstairs doing classes. And I've got all of my bandwidth that I'm using for work downstairs.
And no problem.
And everyone's on their phone. I don't notice, but my son's on the phone while he's in all
They all are. In fact, I'm on the phone like you. I don't know.
So, but we keep getting.
The technology overall,
little free
some good approaches, and in some of the ways, even save money, cost saving, measures.
Oh my gosh, are they going on?
Are we on?
Yeah, they also did a really good job on the two transitions, the one at 6th Street, the big hill there. And I think the other one is at 8th Street, where they fixed that transition as well. So that's a job all around. And then kudos to staff as well for bringing this project in under budget. Thank you.
Edgar, are we on? Oh, okay.
They didn't even miss us.
No, go ahead. Mike?
I think you just finished.
You just finished?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Nancy?
Very informative, very informative.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say, echo myself in here to Council White. Under budget is very, very good. Good, calculating the budget on here, especially the contingency in here. So, excellent job. So I need a motion on this item number 11, please.
I move that we authorize the mayor to execute the notice of completion documents for the capital improvement street program and record the notice of completion documents with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder's Office.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you. Item number 12, Memorandum of Understanding with Western Riverside Council of Governments for monetary distribution from developer for Pennsylvania widening project. Staff report, Jeff Hart.
Yeah, thank you. Hello again. So, back in March of 2018, the city, we entered into an agreement with a credit agreement for tunnel fees with Pardee Homes for the construction of the Pennsylvania Avenue widening project. The amount of credits that the agreement is listed at is a little over $3 million. This is in accordance with the maximum tunnel eligibility share within the WR-COG Nexus study, meaning that any construction costs beyond that amount cannot be paid for via TUM funds and need to have some other source. So under the terms of the agreement, the developer is actually the one that's required to construct the improvements and to more efficiently construct and manage this project as local dollars are being used to augment the TUM funding. We're proposing to take over the project lead and manage all aspects of the construction itself. In order for the city to be able to administer this project and receive funds directly from the developer, a memorandum of understanding is required via the WR-COG's administrative plan. The MOU is just intended to account for the credit that how we are attributing the credit and provide explanation of why the improvement is being funded with the monetary contribution and it cannot be constructed by the developer themselves. This project was originally listed in the fiscal year 2017 CIP list for a little over $4 million. So it's always been known that there would be some augmentation of staff funds in the amount of about $1 million. The project design is currently underway, and environmental is actually knee deep right now. And we are targeting the award of the construction contract by January, beginning of the calendar year. With that, it is recommended that the City Council authorize the mayor to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Western Riverside Council of Governments for monetary contributions from the developer for the Pennsylvania Avenue widening project. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Very good, Jeff. Thank you. Any public comment on here? Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do you have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
Okay, very good. Okay, open for discussion, council, on item number 12. If not, need a motion on this.
Mayor, I make a motion to authorize the mayor to execute a memorandum of understanding with Western Riverside Council of Governments for monetary contributions from the developer for the Pennsylvania widening project.
I'll second that.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Can I track back on item number 11? I mean, just looking at my note on the paperwork, is the notice of completion. Probably we could correct that. I mean, the information of, the name in there. I mean, you got still Nancy Carroll in there. So that's all.
Yeah, I apologize. Good points. We've changed all of those. So the ones that you guys see now will have those all correct. I apologize that oversight.
No, I just looked at here. I said, oh, okay.
You're safe.
No, I don't mind. Okay, thank you, Jeff. I mean, item number 13. Let's move on. Approve the cooperative funding agreement between Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District and City of Beaumont for the construction of Beaumont Master Drainage Plan, MDP, Line 2 and Stage 1 project. Staff report. Jeff Hart.
Yeah, so last one you'll hear from me for a little while. So back in March, again, this year, March seems to be the lucky month for these three items. We amended the fiscal year 1920 CIP to include what is considered the Beaumont Master Drainage Plan Line 2, Stage 1. We're just calling it the Stage 1 project. This Stage 1 project was incorporated into the CIP in the amount of $5 million, with the source of the funds of this being from Riverside County Flood Control Water Conservation District via a future cooperative funding agreement, which we are bringing forth now. The district has allocated $5 million for the construction of Stage 1, which also includes funding for design administration, contract administration, construction administration, and contingencies. Stage 1 includes it's about a mile of underground storm drain that commences within 6th Street at about the intersection of 6th Street and Chestnut, easterly to Pennsylvania, southerly to 1st Street, and ultimately outlets to the Seneca Springs Wash. There's a graphic embedded in your staff report that kind of shows you the alignment, or the proposed alignment for these improvements. In addition to the construction of Stage 1, there's several catch basins and inlets and connector pipes, lateral storm drains that are 36 inches less in diameter that will need to be constructed to collect and convey the local flows. At the end of this project, the main line will be operated, owned, and maintained by Riverside County Flood Controls, but any of the appurtenances, which are these storm drains, 36 inches and smaller, and/or catch basins, will be constructed by, or operated and maintained by the city. Several other benefits that we've talked about before is obviously the no drainage issue, where we have an odd inlet near the off-ramp of Pennsylvania, the westbound off-ramp, and there's several culverts that are going to the railroad on the south side, so many of those will be tied into the system, and a lot of that is just drainage, and even flooding concerns will go away. So a quick update on this project. We created an RFP last spring We reviewed those and received those. End of June, we received those, but we wanted to wait until we had a funding agreement in order to bring those forward. So we are currently having interviews scheduled with 3 different firms for next week, and we're hopeful to bring an item for you to award a professional services agreement for one of the design consultants in October. And with that, it's recommended that the City Council approve the cooperative funding agreement between the Riverside County Flood Control Water Conservation District and the City of Beaumont for the construction of Beaumont Master Drainage Plan Line 2, Stage 1. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Very good job. Thank you. Do we have any public comments in here, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do you have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
Very good. It's open for discussion, Council. Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara.
Yeah, a real quick question, Jeff, just for people who may be watching. I just want to make sure. So when you talk about the outlets or inlets that are going to be tied to this project, the one at the base of the Pennsylvania off-ramp that usually bubbles over every time we get a heavy rain, that will be fixed, correct?
Yes, that will be removed and tied into the new system.
That's really exciting to see this thing move forward. Good work, Jeff. And I'm glad that we are working with flood control moving forward. Because I think we have it in the past, and so I'm glad to see the change in direction.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Council? Need a motion?
Mayor, I'll move. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nancy.
I'll make a motion to approve the cooperative funding agreement between Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District and City of Beaumont for the construction of Beaumont Master Drainage Plan Line 2, Stage 1.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, let's move on item number 14. Approve payment to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department for California Identification System Services for fiscal year 2021. Staff report. Chief, tell us.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So before you is the staff report for what we affectionately call CalID. It's a California identification system. It's a statewide telecommunications network dedicated to the transmission of fingerprint identification data in conjunction with CalID for use by law enforcement agencies. We use this system for live scan services, our digital mugshots, photo databases, latent fingerprint examination, our 10-print processing, and DNA services. The Riverside County Sheriff's Department invoices cities based on the per capita population. So ours was assessed this year at $48,401. We budgeted for that and from the general fund. And so we recommend that City Council authorize payment to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department for CalID services for fiscal year 2021.
Thank you. Any public comments on this, Nicole, please?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line for this one either. Nobody on hold.
Okay, very good. Open for discussion or make a motion on item number 14.
I'll make a motion here. If there's
Go
no
ahead.
discussion. Authorize payment to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department for CalID services for fiscal year 2021.
Second.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you, Chief. Item number 15, resolution establishing a policy that delegates toward liability claims handling responsibility to its staff and/or its third-party claims administrator, George Hill's company. Staff report, Ms. Carrie Mendoza.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. You have before you a resolution establishing George Hills as our new third-party administrator. Prior to George Hill, our risk management authority contracted with a company by the name of Carl Warren. We started doing some research as we awarded the new contract and realized that authority was never delegated to Carl Warren as a third-party administrator, so this is more of a cleanup item and on our part, so that George Hill is authorized on our behalf to accept, reject, or deny claims, obviously in conjunction with our recommendations. They don't do anything without consulting with us first. So you have attached the sample resolution as well as the claims handling instructions. It's still a draft because we're still working through their policies and their systems as we convert our data over from Carl Warren. But they're in essence the entity that ends up putting together the loss run, that gets reported to our auditors at the end of the year, shows the liabilities we have on the books for any third-party outstanding claims. Brett Clemmer and Pinckney's firm are listed in there as our representatives. Obviously, if something gets litigated, lesser items we try to just handle internally, either accepting, rejecting, or settling, but not without their recommendation. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Very good. Thank you. Any public comments on here?
I have no written comments.
And I don't have anybody on the line. You would have heard them.
Very good. Okay, it's open for council discussion. Anybody? Not need a motion.
It's exciting stuff, I know.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, establishing a policy to delegate tort liability claims handling responsibilities to its staff and or its third-party claims administrator, George Hills Company, as authorized by Government Code Sections 910 at all. Go ahead.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you, Carrie. Item number 16, League of California Cities Annual Conference Resolution Packet. Staff report. Nicole.
Mayor and Council, the League of California Cities has provided a resolution packet for the upcoming 2020 annual conference. It includes a resolution calling for an amendment of Section 230 of Communications Decency Act of 1996 to require social media companies to remove materials which promote criminal activities. The League's recommendation is for Council to discuss and determine a position on the presented resolution to be considered at the upcoming annual conference.
Okay, very good. Any public comments on here, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
Okay, very good. Discussions from the council. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Can you, Nicole, repeat what we're going to change in the item? What we're recommending as a change?
Recommending as a change?
Right. You just if you could give me a good quick summary. I thought I heard something in there that I had a question for you or for the council about.
I read the title of the resolution, which is calling for an amendment of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996. And this would require social media companies to remove materials which promote criminal activities. And the resolution is attached also.
It's page 557 in the packet provides a list, a specific list of the items that the resolution is calling for.
Page 557. Do you know what the page in the packet is? Because I'm looking at it differently.
I have that version pulled up. It is.
my concern here is who gets to decide what gets removed, and who has the authority to remove it. And if you have, it looks like online platforms must establish a reasonable program to identify and take down content, but it doesn't appear that they're being directed by legislature. I just wanted to raise that issue because, whenever I see something like this, I question, first of all, why whoever wants this passed is passing it, but how is it going to be played out? In other words, we already have a huge problem with a lot of our social media companies deciding what gets to be taken down, what gets to be left up. I don't have any problems taking down items that solicit criminal activity. And I just, on the face of it, these items look like, hey, they were a solid, good idea, but then when it gets implemented, it gives authority to the wrong people, and there's really no definite definition of what is considered a criminal activity and what can or cannot be taken down. So I just get a little nervous when we're going to a place where someone has the ability to remove what a person has put up in a social media platform, because I believe social media platforms are the current day town square for communication. So that just my 2 cents on that. I don't know what it means as far as whether or not we should approve or have our representative vote for or against this resolution. So I just wanted to raise that for discussion.
Very good. I mean, that's a good discussion. Council, comment? You're okay? Okay. Council,
yeah, so basically the way I read it is right now there's zero liability for social platforms, so they're trying to condition the liability, basing it on criminal activity. And, anytime you talk about someone having the ability to take down something, like Mr. White said, it does raise question, because you want to know who is controlling that, and, what parameters are you using to make your judgment with. But as I read the resolution, they do have some parameters that make it where there's guidelines about basically whether it's illegal or illegal activity that they're talking about. And that's what they're trying to aim for. They're trying to aim for the illegal activity that's being promoted over the platforms. And they're trying to go after the social media platforms to make sure that they are somewhat liable for what they're posting. And, again, I agree, it brings up this kind of a gray area of who the judger is. But I do remember, and I'm looking for it, and I can't find it at the moment, but there was a place I read in here which told you about the legal parameters. So in order to make sure it was illegal, it had to follow these parameters, and that's what the law would judge to see whether something was illegal or not. Therefore, you prevent against them taking down things that are just maybe someone's opinion, whether you like it or not. That's not reason to take it down. And I can't find it at the moment. I'll have to come back to you on that. But that's the way I read it. So whether I support it or not, I do also agree with the idea and the fundamental concept behind it. I think it's necessary because right now platforms are kind of, they might do it, they may not do it, but I think there's a big problem out there. But I think the problem's bigger than really what this is addressing. So I wouldn't be opposed of supporting it. But it raises more questions about where you go from here, and what's your authority, and what happens if you pull it down, and who makes you do that, and so forth. So I think there's probably more questions here than answers, but conceptually I am for it at the moment. But I'll try to look while other people speak and see where that part of the law where it talks about that, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Other council? Mike, Nancy, you're good?
Al, go ahead.
No, I agree with both Councilmember White and Councilmember Martinez. I'm looking for the items as well. But I'm good with supporting what we have moving forward.
Okay. Nancy?
Well, these social media platforms, they have money motivation to have as many eyeballs on them as possible. So there's basically no motivation for them to ever say anything. It is basically too dangerous to be out there. And only some recent public pressure has made them even talk about watching for criminal activity or for dangerous posts that are dangerous to the community. So if you leave them alone with money as the sole motivator for as many eyeballs as they can, they're basically gonna trample on safety rights and quality of life and things like that, that all of us get to deserve and feel like we can send our kids to school safely, etc. So nothing is ever perfect, and I think we should keep an eye on how this is implemented. Yeah, it's a big deal, whoever's judging it, and I agree with Councilmember White on that. That's a big deal, because humans aren't perfect. We all look at things with our own perceptions at times, but I think we need to do something, so I support it.
Thank you. That's the way I see it too. I mean, I do support that. The only thing is who decide to remove the illegal or not illegal on the online platform on this. Who could, post and remove that post. Probably, we could look further on that, but the thing is, I do support on this resolution. Okay.
Mayor, may I make another comment?
Yes.
Okay. In taking in what everyone has said here, if you look at page 557, you look at item number 2, online platforms must provide law enforcement information which will assist in ID and apprehension of persons who use the services of the platform to solicit and engage in criminal activity. And item number 3, an online platform that willfully or negligently fails in either of these duties is not immune from enforcement of state local laws which impose criminal or civil liability. Other than item number 2, where again it's decided as to what information is released, I'm pretty in support of item number 2 and number 3. The problem I have again is item number 1, where it says online platforms must establish and implement a reasonable program. So in other words, we've had these comments tonight that we don't trust a lot of the online platforms, and if they're in it for the money, I agree 100%. But then why do we give them the ability to establish and implement a reasonable, quote-unquote, program? So just with that in mind, I will not be supporting our support of this, but still want to vote on it.
Mayor, may I respond?
Go ahead, Nancy.
We are kind of, in some ways, asking Fox to watch the hen house. I get that. But you have to crawl before you walk, or we have to begin somewhere. And I think beginning here is better than no beginning. And I don't want to throw the whole thing out because it's not going to be the most perfect entry point. It gives us something to examine. Right now we have nothing to examine because there's no examination. So if we're asking social media platforms to set up guidelines and to do a better job at what they're making an immense profit at, then we've got something to measure. We can look at what they've actually done, the structure of how they've done it, how much progress we may have made, and you've got something to tweak. But if you don't start somewhere. You're never going to start in a perfect spot, but I believe that the community and the American public deserves for us to start somewhere.
Thank you, Nancy. You're fine?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councilor Martinez.
Yeah, just my last comments are, and so number one, I think what it's doing is it's allowing the social platforms one more time to step up to the plate. You know, the people argue that the government is telling everybody what to do, so here's one more time for you to show us that you can police yourself. I think that's the number one thing. And then lastly, don't forget we're taking this from a city perspective. So the reason it is for the League of Cities to consider is because the cities that brought this to issue are the ones that are, fronting the cost of trying to go and handle these massive gatherings and some of these things that happen because of the social media postings. So if you look at it from the from the city point of view, we're fronting the cost of having to do this, and we can't get reimbursed in any way because there's nobody to go after. So looking at it from the city point of view as well, I still support that, even though I know it's not perfect, and who knows where it's going to end up in court with anything. That's all here.
Thank you. Very good.
Mayor.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara.
Yeah, one last comment, thank you. When you look at the guidelines for the resolution, or guidelines for the annual conference resolutions, it also looks like this would also, if I read this correctly, it would give direction to the league, to help them establish general principles around which more detailed policies can be developed. So, as Councilmember Carroll was referencing, I think it's a beginning. And it looks like there'll be further discussion on this, but it looks like they're just looking to us to support this type of a direction. That's why I'm reading this.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Do you need
We need to take a position or decide not to take a position. Yeah.
Okay. Do you need to make a motion or?
I don't think I'm.
So I'll make a motion that the city of Beaumont takes a position to support this item.
I would like to make an amendment to that motion with the concept that we ask the city, if we approve this, that we ask the League of Cities to focus on, as Councilmember Carroll pointed out, who's guarding the hen house. So I would like whatever position we take, is that we focus on item number 1 on establishing and implementing the program that the online platforms are going to follow. That's my minute.
So let's kick in Amy Rosenberg. Or we
I
want to
know,
vote on the amendment first.
John, did you get that?
So we voted on
So I
the
don't think you had a second on the first motion.
You did, Mike
did.
Oh, you did? Okay. So then you've got a motion to amend the motion, and if you have a second, then you'll actually vote on whether to amend the underlying motion.
I think, John, Mike, second on the first motion of Julio Martinez, Councilor Julio Martinez, and then Councilor White make a, amendment on the motion of Julio Martinez.
Well, I can make it easy by accepting the amendment if Mr. Lara will.
You can second my.
Yeah, well, I'll second that amendment.
Well, if Mr. Lara is willing to accept the amendment, then that resolves the issue.
Yeah.
I'm willing to accept the amendment proposed by Councilmember White.
Very good. That's better.
So we have to vote on the amendment first, right? Or do we?
No,
we.
The amended
I
motion.
remember when we jumped in on the amendment.
Well, the amended motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, John, could you restate then what we're going to end up actually voting on?
You're voting to support the. You're voting to support support the position with the amendment that Councilmember White made, which was to focus in the resolution on item number 1, that online platforms establish and implement a reasonable program to identify and take down content with solicits criminal activity. Did I state that right, Councilmember White?
Yes, you did.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Councilmember, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Very good. Hey, Joe.
Not too bad.
Okay, let's move on. Item number 17, consideration of allocation of bond proceeds and community facilities district CFD funds for additional capital improvement projects. Staff report, Mr. Todd Pardon.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So this item for you tonight really is the discussion and request of council to make some amendments to look at some allocation of some one-time funds. These pots of funds that we're talking about are really not dollars that you can really count on being there, really much past what you have now. For a number of reasons. I can go into a little bit of detail here. I don't want to go too deep in unless you would like to. So, with the completion of our fiscal year, trying to close out our books, in addition to some of the prior work we've done the last couple of years with reconciliation to our various funds, the Finance Department's been also working on trying to reconcile some of our other special funds which are out there. Some of the first two that they've tried to tackle are whether and what the source of various unexpended bond proceeds might have been, in addition to looking at what balances we've been carrying with regard to the CFD PAYGO program. So there's additional funds that they'll continue to work through and try to identify and see if there's any other possible sources of funds that need to be allocated. But with the collection of these dollars, they are dollars that really need to be allocated and expensed. So we're bringing these forward to you. So the first one is with regard to some outstanding unallocated bond proceeds that have been sold by the city over a period of years. And it's really from 2012 to 2019, with the bulk of them being between 2012 and 2015. So there's a total of just under $4 million of bond proceeds that are out there that can be applied towards any kind of qualified capital improvements. So the way those bonds are sold, as we've seen with the indentures, they really talk about how those bond funds can be used. So we've looked at that. We've actually visited with Mr. Forbath, our bond counsel, to evaluate those dollars to see how and whether they could be used. So since our bonds must be expensed within 3 years, we have some outstanding balances here that really need to be allocated and expended. So the proposal that we have here is really to look at allocating these bond proceeds towards the construction of the Pachuro Fire Station, the West Side Fire Station. When we did the CIP this year, we actually provided for an allocation of just over $4 million towards the project that were allocations out of your general fund reserve. So as we look to finish out last year, we talked about what our fund reserves were. We had roughly some millions of dollars that we were looking to try to allocate and deploy. So by allocating these dollars towards the project, that would then free up those prior allocations of your general fund reserve dollars, which then we're proposing to then allocate towards a next phase of your major road maintenance program. So we have gone to work to look at where those be deployed, where those be prioritized. So we're talking roughly 36 lane miles of maintenance that we would do within the central city. The idea or the timing of that work would be that we would be out to bid in October, and we would look to have that road work completed really before the rainy season. Hopefully, by the end of this calendar year, we could potentially have those road projects done. The reason why we propose to take this strategy or take this step is that the roads have a life expectancy of 15 to 25 years. The maintenance level that we're doing is something that we need to do. Your roads need to be touched at least every 7 to 9 years in terms of some sort of maintenance effort. So it doesn't seem to make sense to utilize bond proceeds for a short-term capital project. Although the bond proceeds could be used for a road program or for the road maintenance, it doesn't make sense. To apply them towards the fire station makes sense. That's a building that will be here in perpetuity, will be maintained and utilized. The other element to that is that the Department of Finance, the California DOF, wants to see the city allocate discretionary dollars, meaning general fund dollars, general fund revenues, towards our maintenance of effort for our road program, and that really ties back to our Measure A into our SB1 programs. So this allows us to also go back and report to the state that we've taken a much larger chunk of our discretionary funds and we've applied those towards our road program. The project work that we're talking about here would be in addition to the $1.6 million you already have programmed for later in this year for road maintenance. So this really kind of takes you to a much higher level and really helps you jumpstart the road maintenance that you need to do. So attached to the report, we have some maps that show you the road sections and areas that we're talking about potentially targeting these dollars toward. So the other component that we were looking at was our CFD PAYGO balances. So those PAYGO balances have been built over the years as we've been making assessments. We talked a little bit earlier tonight about the process when you haven't bonded or fully bonded, then you have to assess at a max rate. And so that's collected at a certain rate. When you don't have debt service, then those funds are swept over into PAYGO accounts, so those are held. They're available to be applied towards any CFD qualified types of expenses. And so we have about $8 million here that's available for submission at one time. So these are PAYGO funds that have been collected over a period of years. So we were looking at projects that we could focus on that would have a community-wide benefit and that also are sustainable, kind of game-changing projects. There are also projects that need to be related to demands and services that are helping to address those that a growing population is requiring and needing. So with that, we were looking to add $2 million towards the Stewart Park project. That park project would be in addition to the skate park upgrades that we already have in the CIP, in addition to the aquatic facility that we have in the CIP, which would be that splash park. This would do some additional enhancements, things like creating core sources that you would need to help the park accommodate events. So it could be electric drops, it could be shade structures, it would be potential water bib outlets, those kinds of things. In addition to that, looking at things like putting in a perimeter walking trail or sidewalk so people could actually walk and exercise in the park. It's a very walkable park. People from around the central city come to that park, and obviously we use the park for major events. So when we do have events again one day, which we will, we'll have an enhancement that can help facilitate that. The other $6 million we propose to target towards and bring back to you more detail later, improvements or upgrades that you need to make to the wastewater treatment system. We are finishing up the wastewater master plan. That master plan is going to have a series of improvements that have been prioritized for you that will show immediate things that need to be done, medium and long range types of projects to be addressed. They're going to address things like you're going to be looking at line capacity issues. You're going to be looking at wet well capacity issues. We've talked about needing to potentially upgrade our UV system at the plant for accommodating new technologies, things like that. So you're going to have a number of wastewater projects that are needed. And again, the CFDs seem to be an appropriate source of funds to be able to accomplish that because we are putting those towards it's a core service that's going to be desperately needed to accommodate existing and then future development. So if City Council would like to pursue with these amendments or other things that you would like to do with these funds, we would need to amend your CIP and amend your budget. So if you're going to do the road program, we do need to get out to bid on those projects very quickly. So we would be proposing to come back to you on the 15th with your public hearing and set you up for that opportunity to be able to amend your CIP. And then we would proceed to go out to bid, for example, for the road program and begin that work. On the park improvements, we would propose to develop a master park plan or an overall strategy for Stewart Park, bring that back to council, let you evaluate that, kind of help drill and look at budgets, make sure that we are developing an appropriate scope of work that we want to do, and then would potentially then look to launch after that. With the wastewater, again, we would wait to see what specific dollars that we would allocate to specific projects pursuant to what you receive from the wastewater master plan. And again, the recommendations in that plan will include a list of capital projects that are prioritized for you. So we'll have a better idea exactly where to try to put those dollars. But we felt it was important to begin to try to target where you may want to allocate those dollars, and we can come back to you with some more detail a little bit later on. So, Mayor, that concludes my report for you on this side.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Is there any public comments on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
Very good. Okay, open for discussion, council. Anyone? Okay, Nancy.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't think of a list of things that would be better for the community. Making the fire station, in my mind, more feasible even, or in a stronger position, I should say, to move ahead. Basically reallocating these funds and putting this money into the fire station makes some of the adjustments go back to the general fund or to be moved for other things. And it makes this all the more feasible and all the stronger an argument on why we need to keep moving ahead with funding at the fire station. I think the citizens have waited a long time. We've done the best we can, but I really like to see this funding change for the fire station. I think the progress on the streets is critical. We've got such great response from what we've already done. It gives the community, people who drive home and drive the streets every day, more pride in their community. And everybody knows it attracts a higher quality of economic investment from businesses when your streets look good. So that's a win-win in my mind. And then lastly, to put this money into the parks, which we got a lot of new families moving in, and we have a lot of families already here who need a better quality park solution in the city of Beaumont. We've done a good job so far, but I really like putting the polish on this. I think that the skate park and the splash park are really critical to the community and making Stewart Park such a significant draw and giving us such pride in a really good looking park. All of these steps, I think, are really important, and I can't think of anything more important than public safety, good roads, and a sense of community for families and kids. So I think this is a great staff report, and of course I couldn't be happier that you got more money. So thank you. I'll pass on.
Very good. Thank you, Council. Carol? Council? Mike, Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, as Councilmember Carroll was indicating, this is extremely exciting. I mean, we have the number of projects that were originally approved in our initial CIP. Now we're adding to those. I can't wait to start to see all the improvements take place. I mean, we're talking shade structures, not only at Stewart Park, but in the original CIP, we had shade structures in the other parks. I mean, it's going to be huge when our citizens start to see the improvements that are starting to take place around the entire city. I'm extremely excited to see the road improvements in the original part of town, we'll call it. A lot of those streets haven't been touched in over 30 years, so that is really exciting. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be happy to see that. I hope that the young man who gave the public speech regarding the skate park is still tuning in, because he'll be able to see his request come to fruition with this additional funding. So this is extremely exciting. I guess my next question is how soon can we get going? So, thank you, Mayor. That's all the comments I have.
Very good. Thank you. Council? Just a quick comment. Quick comment on Councilor Julio Martinez.
Yeah, so I agree. I'm so proud that we have a nice balance on where the allocations are going, but I'm also proud that not only are we allocating for projects, but we're also saving, and we're saving in the bank for when we're going to need it, and we can foresee that we're going to have some issues with like wastewater. So I think that's very fiscally responsible, and I think the public should be proud that we're trying to move forward and not only improve the community, but also be fiscally sound with money, and keep it in, for when we believe we're going to need it, especially for those wastewater projects. So thank you for that, and I agree with everything on here. And I'm glad to see that the streets were one of the main ones on our survey, so I'm glad we're keeping attentive to that. And of course, the fire station is way overdue, so the more we get going on that, the better. So I'm very thankful for that. And I do agree, the state of the Stewart Park is going to be that focal point. And it is the focal point now, but so much more. And my only question on that to Mr. Parton is this plan that you were talking about for the Stewart Park, is that entailing a design so that we can kind of get a visual? And if we're talking about a design of that park, would that be included in the $2 million, or are you going to need to come back for design money for that?
We would, it won't be overly expensive, it'll be a concept piece that would have some dimensions to it. So you'd have a graphic that would show you an aerial looking at overall concepts for the park, and then kind of a dimensional drawing that would go. So that we would apply part of the $2 million towards that effort.
Very well. Okay, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Councilor White?
So before I make my comments, I'd like the rest of the colleagues to understand, number one, I agree with you all. I think these are great projects. I think they'll really improve the city. I think it's a great direction, and I think you're not asking for a motion, but you're asking for proposed, review your proposal and currently targets an amendment for our September 15th council meeting. All in favor of that, but I gotta ask. We've spent a lot of the PAYGO money and I think I see Heidi's on the screen, but we spent a lot of PAYGO money to lower property tax assessments on the CFD funds. And I will be asked, why we would choose to do this as opposed to lower more taxes. And I have no problem arguing for what we're doing here, because I think as everyone else said, there's a lot of merit to it. But I would like to know if I understand what the first two amounts of money, you explained pretty well that those are pretty much restricted to the program, the way you're doing it, to move the bond proceeds to pay the fire department, and then move the general fund money that was going to the fire department into the street improvement program. But I just want to know if I have to make the argument that we could have used the PAYGO to lower property taxes as opposed to doing the improvements that I think we all are in favor of. I just want to know what my argument will be. In other words, will my argument be, no, we can't do that anyways, and that's why we're going in this direction? Or will my argument be, yes, that is an option, but I believe it's a better fit to go this direction? So that's the question I'm asking.
You want to answer that? Go ahead, Todd.
Sure. So the collection of these CFD dollars is, I think one of the frustrating elements in the community for CFDs is you look at it as if it's a loan, or you look at it as what is my credit card balance, and then what am I due back? It's different variations based on different area, based on when some of those dollars were collected. There's also a question as to the rate-making process you go through to establish those rates, and there's limits on how you can apply these dollars a lot of times to actually reducing an assessment. And so Ms. Sheppy can probably address this much more eloquently than I can, but every year I ask her, can we please just buy rates down? The reality is you really can't. It just, the process doesn't really work as cleanly as that. And so you're going to have a pot of funds here that have been collected over those periods of years that need to be expensed. They've got to be applied. And so we've looked to leverage and apply these to the max benefit we possibly can throughout the program. So there's some final tweaking we will look to do as we do refinancings, as we have discretion on whether we can collect pay-go for future years. There may be some limited opportunity to take some of our dollars over time and apply those to help reduce some of those rates. But you're not really going to be able to apply those system-wide to achieve a significant drawdown, buy-off, or prepayment like that. So the other component that we're looking at with these funds is that these have been built up over, like I said, a number of years. The rate at which we are collecting any additional pay-go dollars like this is drastically reducing. So, and we've been trying to reduce that as much as possible. We would ideally like to collect little to no pay-go at all in future years. And so from that perspective, we've really done everything we can to try to apply these balances to help provide relief. And we're down to a point where you've got the dollars, and we really need to look at a final allocation.
Okay, thank you.
That's good. This is exciting. I mean, really wants to see this as soon as possible, especially on the downtown, and then the steward on this. Regarding the fund of 3.9 is coming from different years, from 2012 to 2015, according to the report. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this came from other sources of funds on this. So this is very good. So Council, I mean, we're looking forward to this. I mean, it means next meeting we will see the concept or any approval on this. I mean, do you need some directions on this?
Well, if y'all are in consensus with what we're presenting, then this week we'll get a notice out of the public hearing for the amendment to the CIP. And we plan to have that CIP amendment for City Council action on September the 15th.
Very good. Thank you. You get that, Council?
Yes.
We're good? Okay, let's move on. On item number 18, consider draft City Council rules of procedure for all meetings of the City Council and its appointed boards and committees, amending the current rules and procedures established in Beaumont Municipal Code Section 2.04. Stop report. John Pickney.
Yes, Your Honor. In 2015, the council amended the municipal code at section 2.04 and the following and the provisions that followed thereafter. And as part of that, we adopted Rosenberg's rules of procedure, and then we also had some customized provisions that the council adopted at that time for conducting how it would go about conducting its meetings. At its meeting on August 18th, the City Council directed me, as the City Attorney, to draft updated rules of procedure, and you provided some input and some guidance on what you'd like to see in it. And so packet item 18 is a draft, and I emphasize the word draft, set of rules of procedure. And the idea behind this was to have my office put something together, and then I would bring it before the council, and instead of you trying to create something whole cloth from scratch at a council meeting, to have a document to work with. And so you now have something to work with, but at the end of the day, these rules of procedure need to be rules that you as a council, as a body, are comfortable with and want to have govern your proceedings going forward. And I would note that in the recommended action, in the staff report, that the city staff recommends that the city council provide input on the rules of procedure and direct the city attorney to prepare a formal ordinance. And the reason that we need to do that is the last time around, back in 2015, we adopted the rules of procedure by ordinance. And so to the extent that we're going to modify those rules of procedure, that would also need to be done by ordinance. But if we get input tonight from the council, then we could put together an ordinance and get it to you pretty quickly here. So I wanted to briefly walk you through the draft rules of procedure. Section 2.04.040 is contained in the packet. Again, adopts Rosenberg's rules of procedure as guidance, and this time around we use the term guidance for parliamentary procedure for council meetings, and then we added in there also for planning commission meetings, and it's also to be used as guidance for parliamentary procedure for any committees that you have that meet pursuant to the Brown Act. Section 2.04.
If you can hear us, John, our Zoom is frozen.
That the mayor or presiding officer is responsible for the maintenance of order and decorum at all times. That's been the rule. In the absence of a rule to govern a point of procedure, the decision of the mayor or presiding officer shall be final and binding unless overruled by a majority of the quorum of the council. And so the idea there is you need to have finality on any parliamentary issues, and you've got a mayor, and so they should make the final ruling. If the council, the majority of the council doesn't agree with it, then we have checks and balances and the ability of the council to override that decision. No person should be allowed to speak without first being recognized by the mayor or presiding officer, and that's the existing rule. A council member, once recognized by the mayor or presiding officer, shall not be interrupted while speaking unless called to order by the mayor or presiding officer. And then again, the existing rule that all questions and remarks should be addressed to the mayor or presiding officer. The next paragraph is a new section. And it deals with situations where you have somebody or a group of individuals that disrupt a meeting. Generally, I think this council's done a very good job, and at least since I've been the city attorney, the city's done a very good job working through disruption. We've had issues that have come before the council that have been heated, debated issues. And despite spirited debate and even large turnouts for issues, we've been able to work through those items. And so I think we've been able to overcome any disruption issues. And we've had some individuals that have disrupted meetings. And I think on at least one occasion, I recall the mayor at the time requesting that someone that was interrupting and disrupting the meeting leave the meeting, and I believe they did leave the meeting. So I include some language that would provide guidance, not only to this council, but future councils on how to deal with disruptive groups or individuals. And it provides that the mayor or presiding officer may order any person or group to leave a meeting where said person or group, after warning, after they've been warned, willfully interrupts a meeting so as to render the orderly conduct of the meeting unfeasible. If said person or group refuses to leave the meeting after being directed to do so by the mayor or presiding officer, the mayor or presiding officer may implement the procedures authorized by law to evict the disruptive person or group from the meeting and to restore order, including but not limited to the procedures authorized by Government Code Section 54957.9, which is in the Brown Act. The next section, Section 2.04043, deals with decorum. And I think the added language there is the second sentence. And again, I don't think this has been a problem, but I added the language, and it provides that the mayor and council members shall accord the utmost courtesy to each other, to city staff, and to the public appearing before the council, and shall refrain at all times from rude and derogatory remarks. Again, subject to your input and approval. Section 2.04044 deals with the issue of items for future agendas and time limits for comments. So A provides that during a council meeting, the mayor or any member of the council may direct the city manager to place an item on a future agenda. So we avoid getting into debates and getting outside of the Brown Act by debating the underlying issues, by just allowing any council member or the mayor to direct the city manager to place an item on a future agenda. B, if a member of the council believes that their comments on any item will exceed 5 minutes, they shall ask the mayor or presiding officer for additional time to speak on the item. So it gives a guideline that council members should keep their comments to 5 minutes or less, and if they feel compelled to go beyond that, they request permission. And in the current code, we have the shot clock provision, so this would replace that. Section C, public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per person per agenda item unless otherwise authorized by a majority vote of the council. And then item 2.04045, this deals with nomination of the mayor and the mayor pro tem, and this is just a suggested approach, subject to whatever the council decides works for the city of Beaumont. And what we did was we looked at the approach used by a number of cities to select a mayor and a mayor pro tem. This is modeled after the city of San Mateo. And under this proposed provision, the mayor and mayor pro tem positions would rotate annually based on seniority. But the city council could decline, somebody that's up for mayor or mayor pro tem could decline to serve. And then secondly, if you look at subsection I, it provides that the selection of mayor and mayor pro tem must be ratified via majority vote by the entire city council with all city council members present. I'm just going to make a little editorial comment on that here. And as I thought about that today in preparing for the meeting, I thought we may want to remove with all council members present from that sentence and later on in the paragraph. Because you could have a situation where someone doesn't show up for the meeting because they don't want the mayor to rotate. And that could become a problem. So I think it might be wiser to just say that the selection of mayor and mayor pro tem has to be ratified via majority vote by the entire city council. So that it would be a minimum of 3 votes to ratify that position. If the mayor or mayor pro tem fail to receive a majority of the vote, they retain their current position in rotation, and the city council retains the authority to disregard the process and select any member of the council to fill the position, provided that council member wins a majority vote of the entire council. The newly selected mayor or mayor pro tem shall be seated in their positions immediately after they have been approved by a majority vote of the entire council. And then the city clerk would update the list outlining the rotation sequence. Then we move on to section 2.04.046, which deals with city boards and commissions. And that provides that the city council shall appoint all city board and commission members as determined by sections 2.24, 0.040, 2.030, 0.020, and 2.35.040. And then the following guidelines would control the appointment process. Members of the public may apply, and then the council will conduct interviews. Upon completion of applicant interviews, council members may nominate applicants to be appointed to the board or commission. Once all nominations are in, a vote would be taken for each nomination, beginning with the first applicant nominated. Council members may vote multiple times if there are multiple vacancies for the board or commission. So if you have 3 applicants, somebody makes a motion to appoint one of those applicants, and there's a second, and there's a vote, and that person gets a majority vote, then they would be on. If a nominee receives a majority vote from a quorum of the council, that nominee shall be appointed to the board or commission. So this is a little bit different than what's above. This is a majority vote of a quorum of the council. So here, if you only had 3 members of the council present, you would have a quorum and you'd be able to conduct a meeting. You would only need 2 votes to fill those vacancies in that case. And then we move on to 2.04.047, appointment of council members to the boards and commissions of outside agencies. At the first regular council meeting in January of each year, the council shall appoint members to the boards and commissions of outside agencies. At said meeting, the mayor or presiding officer shall announce the board or commission for which nominations will be considered and invite nominations from the council. Once all nominations have been received for the specified position, the mayor or presiding officer shall close nominations and a vote shall be taken on the first nomination. Upon an affirmative vote of a majority of a quorum of the council, again, if you only had 3 council members present, you'd only need 2 votes to fill the position. The position would then be filled. And then the last sentence, if no nominations are received for a particular board or commission, the mayor or mayor pro tem shall appoint the position. And then there's an added section 2.04.048, which deals with mayoral responsibilities, and that would be to conduct meetings as chair, ensure quorum is maintained at the meeting, represent the city as its chief elected official at community functions, events, and meetings, and then D, to review and propose additions to the agendas of meetings of the city council. And I think, at least since I've been working for the city, I think the mayor has typically met with the city manager and gone over the agenda in advance of the council meetings. And then section 2.04.049, council member conduct. City council members shall, A, treat each other, staff, and members of the public with courtesy and respect. B, maintain confidentiality of all closed session materials and discussion. C, be attentive to others and limit interruptions and distractions. D, encourage diverse viewpoints and debate while avoiding personal attacks. E, agree to respectfully disagree. F, promote discussion and resolution of problems. And G, comply with and adhere to official decisions and policies of the city council as approved by a majority of the council. So that's the draft document, and present it to the council for its input and guidance on what you'd like to see come back to you in the form of an ordinance.
Very good. Thank you, John. Okay, is there any public comment on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
Oh, good. Go ahead.
Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No, nobody's on the line, Nicole. Sorry, my mute button was stuck.
Okay, thank you. Council, open for discussion on this item number 18. Okay, we'll get Council White.
First off, John, let me tell you, I'm really happy with the work you put in here. I think it meets a lot of my concerns. I just have a couple sort of questions and that I think maybe I open up. We've discussed these before. I do like the rewording of the guidance of the rules that we're following. I think tonight is a good example why I still think that we should adopt the part of the resolution or of the rules that says that there's a comment after a first and a second and before a vote. Because I know that sometimes we just go straight to a call for order, or I'm sorry, go straight to a vote. We can always do a call for order if there is no comment, but I think it would be, I like that part of the rules. I do like the fact that we have all the comments before the motion and the second. So I think that if we get all of our conversations out before the motion and second, there won't be a whole lot of opportunities to comment, but I still think the mayor could ask before taking a vote, the mayor could ask, is there any further discussion on this item? And again, if one person wants to keep talking and the rest say, no, we've already heard enough from you, we can call for the order and move straight to the vote. So I'd like the rest of the group to consider that. The ad hoc committees, I don't think is still not really covered here. And there was an issue where we have, in the past, some committees were appointed directly by the mayor, and there were a couple times where we voted for positions on a committee. I bring up the 2x2 for the water as an example, and I understand that there's some legal reasons for sometimes the mayor needs to be able to appoint on his own, and sometimes it needs to be a decision of a vote by the council. I don't see that addressed in here. One addition I would suggest for 204-048, which is the mayoral's role, is that we document another role that the mayor has, and we sort of adapted it as a council, which is that the mayor is the primary spokesperson to communicate with the press. It doesn't prevent the rest of us from being interviewed and talk about items, but it also provides direction to staff as well as other council members that if a press contacts you, they need to go through the mayor to get the council's position on items. I think that would be a good improvement. On the nomination of the positions to serve on boards, I think we might save some time if the first part of that process before the nominations are accepted is to see if there's an interest for being on that board. Because there may be only one person who wants to be on the board, and then we can move through to the next one. And if there's 2 or 3 people who have an interest to be on that board, then they still have to get someone else to nominate. I'm sure we can self-nominate, but if you self-nominate, you got to have a second, I think, for that nomination to be approved. And then I would also like to see it tweaked where before the way it's written here is we could make nominations for 2 different people. And if we follow the Brown Act, we're not allowed to go to each other before the meeting and saying that I think the reason I should be on this committee is because of ABC. So I think giving a discussion after the nominations have been accepted and before we vote on them might allow for some arguments to be made that some other council members haven't considered. A good one is the seniority that we as a city maintain on some of these boards has a value that someone may not be considering when we're looking at other items. So those are a couple of things. And then the last one, I really do like what you've done with the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem nomination, just as a matter of record, so that there's not any issues coming up if we accept this, is that I believe that we start the first 2 positions on the list represented by the current mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, because there is a little tweak in seniority as far as mine and Mike's position, but I want Mike to, I don't want to shake things up, so I'm not looking to move ahead of Mike because I got more votes than you in the first time, Mike. I know you crushed me in the second time, but if you read the structure here, that would change things up, and I don't want that to be come up as an issue in November. So That's all the comments I had. I know it's a lot, but those are some of my input and comments.
Thank you. Council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara, and then that will be Nancy after you.
Okay. I agree with Councilmember White. He touched on a number of items. John, I do agree with you on I, where it says all council members. Maybe we just revise that to the quorum of all council members present. That was under, was it 204045, I believe, I.
Yeah, well, I actually, what I was suggesting is not a majority of a quorum of the council. I was suggesting on that one, since it's such an important item, selection of the mayor and vice mayor, that it be a quorum of it'd be a majority of the entire council, which would be 3 votes.
Okay.
So if you had 3 council members present, you still need 3 votes to select the mayor, ratify the mayor and mayor pro tem. Whereas the other items, the city boards and commissions and outside boards and commissions, would just be a majority of quorum. So if you had 3 people present, you'd only need 2 votes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I agree. This is my thought. You know, on the appointment of council members to boards and commissions, one of the things that I really liked that we did, and I think it was started a couple of years ago, which council was handed out a list. We signed up for those that we were interested in, and also, that included those commissions that we were currently serving on. Because I do think that having seniority within a committee or commission helps the city when, that person has an opportunity to move up within that commission and maybe have a little bit more say, so to speak. We filled out the list was presented to the mayor, and then the mayor did the assigning. And I think we can still do that and work that in, and then if there are more than one person for any one commission, we could put it to a vote where each council member maybe at that point could give indicate why they think they would be the best council member for that commission. I think it would go a little bit faster, and that way we're not going through, I think it's 20 different or 15 different commissions. That would be one change I would like to see. The other thing, in addition to in section 204.048, as Councilmember White indicated that the mayor would be the primary spokesperson, I'd also like to add perhaps that the mayor would also issue letters on behalf of the city that council has reviewed and agreed on. In other words, he or she would be the signing designee on that letter once it received approval or review by council. And those are the changes that I thought. Other than that, John, great job. Thank you so much for putting this together for us. I appreciate that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Council Carroll?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with much of what you've done, John. I think you've done a very good job at drafting it. I like the rotation, and I like how you've tried to cover all the bases in the rotation. One of the things that we've run into in the past is appointment of a council member. When a council member has left their seat during the term, and I don't see that covered. So would you think about that? And then I'll talk to you about it at the end of it, because I've got a little short list here.
So just making sure I understand the question, if you have a council member that, passed away, resigns, et cetera, then they would come out of the rotation and the next person would advance. I mean, that's how
the next person would advance, but we actually, how do you appoint a new council member if that happens? Because do you run on one less council member the rest of the year? do you appoint a new council member?
Okay.
Based on the last election? I don't know what the answers to this are. I'm just telling you and trying to clarify my question.
Good question.
Okay, so I didn't see that, and it's one of those things you don't run into much, but it's a stumbling block of it when you do. I'm 50-50 on the agenda item. Everybody just being able, one council member can put anything on the agenda. I'll tell you where I come from, just to share this with the other council members and with you. Back when we were not as transparent and not as careful as we should have been on the finances, if any one person on the council could have put the item on the agenda, they could have put on the agenda, why aren't we getting new auditors? Why aren't we seeing this kind of report? Gee, somebody asked me about compliance on CFDs. We should discuss this. So even if the bulk of the council, let's say, didn't really support that level of awareness, you could have any one voice on the council that thought something really needed to be discussed publicly, put that on the agenda. So that puts me in support of the one person on the agenda, right? And then the other half of me says, yeah, but we've also had instances where, this is a nonpartisan dais. None of us are supposed to be on there doing partisan politics. And you could have one person that wanted to politicize the dais who could just constantly be putting political things, partisan things, up on the agenda, which would interfere with the business of the city if you're sort of breaking apart the whole purpose of the nonpartisanship of the dais. So I don't really.
If that became a problem, I think a certain element of that is just inevitable in dealing with elected bodies like the city council or county board of supervisors, et cetera. And I understand that council is supposed to be nonpartisan, but so a certain part of that just goes with the democracy. And but the safeguard would be that if it became a problem, the council can always change this ordinance and deal with that if it became a problem in the future.
Well, I agree with that. It would do a little bit of damage getting there, but I do agree with that. And to address your question, or the point you brought up, if you kept it where multiple council members had to support putting an item on the agenda, that's a little bit of a tamper down on it getting too political and too partisan on the dais. So that's my, okay, now, but I'll move off that. I just wanted to sort of say what my dilemma is on both sides of that one. The mayor, I like the addition, and I had my notations that the mayor, has been, by custom, the spokesperson for the city, so I support putting that back in. Let's see, mayor, if you want to disregard the rotation process, then 3 votes can disregard the rotation process. And then you could vote for a mayor and a mayor pro tem without consideration of the rotation. And you can correct me if I interpreted that wrong, but I think that's what I heard. So if we did that, what's also been removed that we've done customarily is that we haven't had a mayor serve more than 2 consecutive terms. And so that's been kind of removed from our customary approach. So if we disregarded the rotation and we all voted in a mayor, we could vote a mayor in forever. We could just keep voting that mayor in for 4 years till their term was up. And I don't think we want to leave that kind of an opening on our process when we're being so good about constructing it. It's such a good, I mean, it's a draft, but it's an excellent draft. And then my last item is on your 2.04.049, where you talk about the behavior of the council and the general rules that we're going to operate under. I have noticed that a great many of, well, I shouldn't say great many, I don't have a count, but a number of cities have put in place guidelines for not using cell phones and tablets on the dais. That the public has become very concerned that there's conversations of information coming in from the outside to a council member that they are not privy to. And that there's some sort of seepage, so to speak, of the dais dialogue that's not available to the public. And, you know, while we all enjoy big use of the cell phone, if reception's bad, saying, can you hear anything or whatever, that's helpful. I do think that from reading what some of the guidelines are that cities like, I don't know, comes to mind, in Tanitas, Anaheim, a number of cities have put in place good practices for using devices on the dais. And I would like to see you put that in that if the rest of the council has an interest in that. And with that, I'm done.
And just to comment on that last item, something for the council to consider if you haven't already, and that is, you know, if you ever had, and we really haven't had this situation since I've been here, but if you had a situation where you had 3 council members all on their iPhone and they were texting each other, you got a separate meeting occurring on an item that may be of public interest outside of the purview of the public and without their ability to provide input on the comments and the dialogue that's occurring. So something to consider.
Yeah, and it does fit your guidelines too of wanting to have decorum and not rude behavior on the dais and disrespect of the colleagues. So I think that's a really good thing for the council to consider. And with that, I'll pass.
Very good. Thank you. Council Julio Martinez?
Yeah, so I have a couple of comments, and then I have a couple of comments for John. So first of all, I still believe that we should retain the mayor's role as the one that assigns the ad hoc committees and the committees for outside agencies. I think it's a role of the mayor that is not only been customary, but I think it works well. And I still think that we should be following that. So we'll have to discuss more about that, I see, but that's where I stand. So I think the way this is written, what the council is picking, I think I would prefer to go back to the mayor picking. So we'll talk about that, I'm sure. The spokesperson I had written down here as well, so that was, I think, just probably neglected out, so I'd like to have them put back as the spokesperson of the city. On Mike's idea about the approval of letters, the only comment I would have on that is that you might want to clarify between those letters that are city manager or city initiated versus ones that might be initiated by the mayor themselves. Because it can be cumbersome if we have to keep coming back to the council to get approval on all letters. So the ones that obviously that we directed or the mayor or the manager says, hey, we need to send this letter, you know, that would be city business different than if the mayor decided they wanted to write a letter on our behalf. That I believe should definitely come back to the council. The mayor, I did notice that we didn't have that provision for consecutive mayor, and I do think it should be a provision for no consecutive years. I don't have an issue of them having more than mayor within their term, but I think we should have that rotation. And I agree with the rotation. I think this is similar to what the school board does. It's just known who's going to come up next. You come up, and it's merely approved by the board because that's the rotation, and it's standard and it's customary, and there's no debate or bickering. Everybody knows when you're up, and it just keeps moving. And I think it's a great way of showing camaraderie on the dais and I think it's predictable, and I think it eliminates any type of play that can go with position. And I think we should maintain that rotation. I like the way it's written, but I do like to consider the no consecutive mayorship back into that. I like the part where anyone can add the agenda item, and I think that's the responsibility of all council members, and especially if we ever did go to a district, that would definitely have to be necessary, because if you would come in for something from your district, that's something that they, specifically want on there. We shouldn't have the ability to say no as a council for that. And if it's something that the council is not, good with, then that'll come out and vote, once the item's brought and discussed. I still don't like the idea of the question before discussion. I still like the way of discussion before we make a position on where we stand on an item. There's a lot of reasons for that. You're making a public show of where you stand. That might change, it may not change, but why, show that hand when you can wait until you hear, and you might be on the fence and you may not know what you want to.
So, can I comment on that?
Yeah.
So one of the changes in these rules of procedure is we now, instead of adopting Roseburgs, we're using them as guidance.
Right.
So that gives whoever is mayor the ability to modify the approach. And, subject to discussion with council about the approach, but ultimately it would be the mayor's call as to whether to first entertain a motion and then have discussion, or do it the way you currently do it. And it would give you a little bit more flexibility. So I think that's covered by just providing that the Rosenbergs are going to be used as guidance.
And I can agree with that, since they are the presiding officers, so I can see that. The cell phone issue, that's something we can discuss. I know we don't have a problem here, but again, as a good council, we're looking at the future, trying to set up some sort of tradition, and at least rules that they can follow, especially as new people come on and they can see what we've adopted. So we might want to discuss that and see for cell phone usage. At least this way we don't get the appearance to the public that there's anything else going on, even if you're just checking an email or looking for the weather. It's still this way doesn't perceive any negativity. And then my last questions are for John. So John, on the removal of the person from the meeting. So I know it'll probably still be the presiding officer that decides how they want to do that, but as mayor, and as we all have, we've had some sort of a guideline on whether we give warnings and whether we do this and that before we go to an action of whether we remove or not. Is that still implied in there? Because
yes, it is, because it provides that after warning.
Okay.
The way that we've done things historically is sort of the 3 strikes rule, and it would ultimately be up to the mayor, but they would have to give warning before they had somebody removed. They'd have to give that person warning, and I think council has always done that. The mayor's always warned the person, even I think the time where they were asked to leave and left. But I think in practice, this council, the way you've worked, is you give somebody a warning, and if they don't listen, then you take a break, and then you come back and you give them a second chance, and a third chance they're out. I mean, that's been kind of the approach, and I recommend it. Because we're dealing with free speech issues. People have the right to express their opinion, and even if it's done in a spirited manner. I mean, that's one of the great things about our Constitution is the right to free speech. But if they're impairing and impeding the progress of the meeting and shutting down the ability of the council to do business, that's when the mayor's got to make a judgment call. And so I think this says after warning and gives the mayor some flexibility, but also provides a procedure that will be followed for ejecting an individual or group.
Okay.
And specifically cites to the Brown Act.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for that. And the after warning was in there. I just wanted to make sure, because it seemed kind of stiff, and I wanted to make sure we had that, a little bit more leeway in how we handle that, for those reasons you mentioned. As far as the censure of a council member, is there a policy that we need to come up with that process, or is that something that's in legal parameter that we follow automatically if we ever had to come to that?
We could have provisions on censure. I'll share my personal opinion is that it's not an effective tool, and it can cause more problems than it solves. I think if you get a council member that is a challenge to work with and disruptive, that you along with the city manager, city attorney, try to work with that person to get them to be a productive member of the council. And I think there are ways to provide information to that council member about the flaws and the obstructionist approach or obstreperous approach, because ultimately they got elected because people have confidence in them. They want to see them be professional and be prepared and be a productive member of the council. And so censoring, what does it really accomplish? And whenever I've seen it, it becomes a spectacle, and it doesn't really have any teeth to it. So I intentionally did not include a censoring provision in here.
Okay. And the last question concerning 2.04.049 on the conduct. So on G, where it says comply with and adhere to the official decisions, policies of the council as approved by the majority of the council. So does that still allow a council member, if they're in a dissenting opinion for the council? Now, we want to keep unity, and I understand all that, but there are times I can see where a council, may have made the wrong decision in the majority. Does that still allow for the council member in the minority to make a public statement that is, professional, but explain to them why they would be in the dissenting majority?
Of course, they always have the right to say, I don't agree with this decision, and here's why. But we live in a democracy, and majority ultimately, rules. And when the majority vote is made, that council members should respect that process, and they should respect the outcome and adhere to whatever ruling is made by the council, the majority of the council. But they certainly have opportunity to say, I don't agree with this, and here's all the reasons why. But once the decision, we as lawyers sometimes don't agree with the decisions of judges, but we adhere to them and we comply with them.
And I thought about, when the courts make their dissenting opinions, they describe why they dissented. And the reason I brought it up is I thought back in the days when Nancy Gall was on council, and she was in the minority in 4-1, and if she didn't have the ability to tell the public what she thought was going on, then we'd be in worse mess, I think, than we were. So I just wanted to make sure it didn't give those members, any type of, the council come and say they're supposed to agree with us and support us, and that's all true, but I still would like to be able to, or any, of course, council member, explain to the public, why it is that it is.
They always have the right to voice their views, their opinion, dissenting viewpoint, but once the decision is made, that they respect that process. And the analogy again that I would point to is, the court system, and that is, you might have 3 panelists, and there might be a dissenting opinion, but they have to follow the precedent that's been set by the majority.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That's all.
Very good. Thank you. I got 2 comments only on this. John, regarding the, Councilor Nancy Carroll mentioned this of the two consecutive years, 2 years of mayorship is on the terms on this. If we don't put a limit in there, just like somebody mentioned about the mayor could stay in there for 3 years or 4 years because of the majority of the council. I think we have to put some limitations in there. Right now, the way I see it, it's really wide open on this. Because of the rotation on this. So, especially on the item number .045, item number I, and that's the thing that struck me on this. City council can retain the authority to disregard the process and select any member of the city council to fill the position. So I think that's the thing that I just struck me, and probably we could put some limitations on that. And then lastly is we have the think is the on the point 4.9 on the council conduct. I mean, if we could add there, or my suggestion is to, council should not have a personal agenda. I mean, how can we distinguish that? I mean, some of the council could disguise if they have a personal agenda on that. I don't know how. I mean, legally, and probably we could do some restrictions on that. I mean, if we could detect any personal agenda on that, and if we could put it in there, no personal agenda, and I think this one in here is well written and well guided. I mean, it's a good guidance for the new council and for us presently in here. Thank you. Any further discussion?
So,
hold on. Go ahead, John.
Mayor, I on the consecutive mayor issue, of the concern that I've heard at least 3 council members express about the idea of a mayor, due to some of the language that we have in section I that allows the council, if they don't like somebody that's up next in the rotation, to just throw out the process and do whatever they want. And based on that language, you all have expressed concern about, well, a future council could just keep electing the same person mayor over and over again. If that's a concern of the entire council, what we could do is we could just say that if somebody doesn't get the majority approval of the council, then you just go to the next person in the rotation list.
Okay.
And it still gives the council ability to do what they want, because they could continue to, to not have a majority vote to support the next person, and then the third person comes up, and if there's not a majority vote, then it doesn't go to them. And so they can ultimately get where they want to go, but at least the default will be that if you don't approve somebody that has seniority and is up next for mayor, then it goes to the next person in line. And instead of throwing all the rules out, just to get some feedback from the council, would that work better for you all?
Mayor, may I respond?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I ask a question? I have a question based on what you said, John. So just explain to me, why isn't it a good idea to take that out completely and allow rotation?
I'd like to comment on that, Mayor, since.
Take one out.
Yeah.
To take out that if you don't like who's going to be mayor, why don't you just let the rotation go? Why do you have to have a process if you don't like who's going to be mayor?
See, the question is, why did John counter?
So are you suggesting that an affirmative vote of 3 council members shouldn't be required to ratify the person that's next up for mayor? That they just default? That's an option. It's automatic. And
well, I'm not really saying that we should do that, but I know a number of communities where people have said, oh, from so-and-so is going to be mayor next. And, there are guidelines for the mayor. There's decorum, there's, Rosenberg's guidelines, there's 3 votes, there's all sorts of things that keep things running properly, whether you, quote, don't like who's going to be mayor next or not. So I'm just asking you to explain to me why we have to have a process to override that.
I think it's ultimately your decision as council. If you want it to just be automatic rotation, that's up to you. But consider that you may have somebody that's rotating into the mayor position that you collectively as a council are concerned has serious ethical issues.
I get that one. I do.
Yeah. And you may not want that person being the face of the city at community events and the spokesperson for the city with the press if you all have a concern about their ethics. And so this vote gives you a check and a balance that yes, they rotate into that position next, but if you have concerns about that person, that you have the ability to not ratify them as the next mayor.
Well, I think it's a good caution, and cautions are always great, as long as, that's the way they're used, so.
Yeah, I mean, anything can be misused, but it is a check and balance, right?
Okay, all right, I'm good.
Very good. Thank you. Hold on, Council White?
One thing about going first is I hear a lot of ideas, and I'd like to respond to some of those ideas. First of all, regarding the rotation of mayor and why we need to have a check and balance with the vote of 3, all I have to do is say Mark Orozco. He would have been mayor at the time that he was going through his investigation and problems, and I think that. And then also, I think Councilman Carroll brought up the idea of somebody who's just going off crazy with the future agenda items. Well, that person becomes mayor and can create a lot more havoc. So I agree with Mr. Pinckney about the checks and balances. And actually, John, you brought up something that when I originally read your proposal, I misunderstood it, but you suggested something that I misunderstood, which is the first person in line can be voted on. If that person is not get 3 votes, then we go to the second person in the list, and that person would have to get 3 votes. And I think that provides a check and balance, and it also maintains the rotation. I agree with, I think, almost everyone else here that we need to limit the term to 2 years. But I think the council should have the ability to put a mayor in place the second time. And think about it. If you have 3 votes on a council that wants to create a mayor for 4, 5, 6 years, those 3 votes can come back and change this ordinance in a very easy process to go ahead and say, okay, we're going to have that. But I agree with the guideline of 2 years. A future agenda item, I think that is an important issue, and again, I know Councilmember Carroll raised concerns about someone abusing that, but if we follow the guidance of the rules that we're going to be following, there is a motion that begins at the beginning of the meeting where if there's 4 council members who have an item that they do not want to even discuss, they can vote to pull it off the agenda, and it's done. So I think we've got the protection for there. I agree with the motion the current way. I wasn't asking or suggesting that we change that. I was just asking for a mayor. And I agree with John that would be the mayor's role for the mayor to say, before we actually vote, I'd like to see the mayor, and I'll do it if I become mayor again, that says, hey, before we vote on this, is there any last minute comments or clarification of what motion you're voting on? Something like that I think would be helpful. And then I got an idea for the mayor. I agree with Councilmember Martinez that the mayor selecting the outside committees makes sense, but I also agree with myself and with Mike's position that if we could speed this process along. So I want to suggest that maybe what we do is we continue the process we've been doing where the mayor asks for suggestions. We do need to speed this up, though. We can't wait. We have to do the process quickly so that we're making the appointments. And then the mayor can look at the items, and then if there's one person for each item, he will automatically appoint those. If there's 2 or 3 people for an item, then I think that those 2 or 3 people who showed an interest in that item should have a chance to make their case to the mayor. The mayor can still make the final decision. It doesn't have to be a vote by council. But at least, we have no avenue to make that without violating some kind of Brown Act. And so I think if there's 2 people who want, say, the water board liaison, then the 2 people should make their case, and the mayor can then say, well, I'm going with this person. I don't think that the mayor even has to explain to anybody who he selected or she selected, but I think that that's a choice. And finally, on the devices, we discussed this in year 1 of when I was on council. And it was designed. It was Mr. Kohanikis' position that there should not be any devices on the dais. And I understand, I understand if we think the best of Mr. Kapanicus that it was because of the issues that were brought up here, but you could also think of it as a different agenda. But I think the devices, I use my tablet to review the agenda and then to highlight things on the agenda and make notes on the agenda. Sure, I could do it on a piece of paper, but this is the 21st century, and I think being able to use my tablet for that purpose. And there also have been times when an issue has come up that I would like to be able to go back to. I keep a link to every one of our agenda items. I think the ability for me on the dais to be able to go back and review either a situation we made. There's been times here when something was discussed that this is an example, but not a reality. Hey, we want to do a splash park like the city of Anaheim did. Well, I want to take a look at that, and I think I should have that freedom to do that. I think that we have to be personally responsible for not violating the Brown Act, which is what we have to do when we're not here. We still have, there's nothing stopping us, physically stopping us from going to break the Brown Act, and I think the same thing, we're responsible adults, and if we're using our phones to carry on a secret meeting, we're going to carry on a secret meeting outside the council. So I think there's some personal responsibility there. And then there was one last.
So on that topic, if we put shall not use cell phones or tablets to communicate with other council members during the meeting, that would maybe address.
Yes. Yeah, I think that would be good enough. And then the whole idea, Mayor, with the idea of the personal agenda. To be honest with you, every human being has a personal agenda. And so when we start getting into just determining whose personal agenda is a bad personal agenda or a political personal agenda, I think that then leads into the discussion about censures. And again, I think we're adults. I think that the voters can decide whether or not we have a personal agenda or whether or not we need to be censured, and they do it by voting. So that was my sort of follow-up on the comments that others made.
The personal agenda one would be very difficult to police, at least as I understand the issue. So, Mayor, if somebody has, a personal hidden agenda, how do you know? How do you know if they have one, and how do you really police that?
That's the thing that I said, that it'll be hard really to detect that. But the thing is, just like Councilor White said, that everyone has a personal agenda on this. I mean, but the thing is, sometimes you could sense that, sense in the sense that you don't have an evidence yet, but it will come out in there. And I think for ethical purposes, I mean, that would be nice too, because we're opening up right now. I think the council should be aware of that. Go ahead, John. And then
I was going to suggest that maybe another way to word it would be to say council members shall work to pursue the city's best interests, as opposed to their own personal agenda. Maybe that's the way to word it, is that they shall work in furtherance of the city's best interests.
There you go. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Carroll. Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to respond, since actually what we're sort of parsing now is two things that I said. And I wasn't saying that, if you recall, I said I was 50-50. I think in many instances it's really good if any council member could put anything on the agenda. What I really brought up was that I was concerned that at some point there was maybe an opening to sort of hijack every agenda with a bunch of things that were just going to get you, I don't know, a lot of headlines or a lot of press and, create a big stir in the community or something. So I'm okay with, if you word it like for the best interest of the city, anybody can put anything on the agenda. It's a city issue for however you want to do it. And I'm okay with if you leave it out. It wasn't something that I felt I really had to fight for. I was saying that I had a little concern that at some point, somebody's gonna get on the dais who wants to abuse it. That's all. And, you know, you can't draft things that cover everything. But I do want to address what I said about the communities that are actually talking very intelligently about the use of devices on the dais. I mean, we've got laptops in front of us that were significantly upgraded that we can use to access information. Yeah, we have a lot of things available to us. I don't think the problem is if we text another council member and say, is it hot in here? Do you think they need to turn the air conditioning on? That's not a problem. I see the concern from the public, from what I'm seeing in other towns, is that somebody on the dais is reaching out and having a conversation about the city business with somebody who's not even in the room. So it's actually that reach out of the room, not so much to reach in the room, where we might say something to another council member just before a break, like, I need a break, how about you, or whatever. Because I don't think anybody on the dais abuses it with one another in any way, shape, or form. So I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with if you want to look up something on, you know, whether we have enough community tabs. I'm okay with that. My issue is that sometimes when you're getting in a conversation with somebody that's outside, okay, the public has a right to have some concern about that because they're not privy to whatever's going on. And also, you know, sometimes if there's another council member talking, or if there's a presentation, or there's a member of the public talking, and somebody's having a great conversation on their cell phone or their tablet and doing a lot of chuckles while somebody's speaking, I'm sorry, that falls under decorum and disrespect for council members and disrespect for the public forum where we're supposed to be paying attention to the public's business. And then everybody on that dais was elected. And then everybody on that dais is concerned about doing the best representation that they can for the city when they're up there. I mean, we're certainly not getting overpaid for it. So, I just really feel that's why some of the communities are really looking at it, and I think we should too.
Very good. Thank you, Councilor Carroll. Anybody else?
Just two quick last comments. So, I mean, we can always throw that too on C, where it says be attentive to others and limit interruptions and distractions, including use of electronics on dais. You know, we can probably get away with that, where you can say, okay, there's decorum involved, and you know, if you want to add that in there, I don't know if that's strong enough for Councilmember Carroll, but you know, that's a place we could think about that. And then for the mayor part, I still think that there needs to be wording on the consecutive years. So the rotation allows you to rotate, obviously. So you've got mayor, you've got pro tem. Mayor leaves, pro tem comes up, and it keeps going. If for some other reason you have a majority that's trying to retain this type of, power on council, then there can be collusion where you can have a person that's a mayor up and say, well, I'm not going to take it, you pro tem take it, the pro tem comes up, you get the mayor there, and the mayor comes up next time. And then by the time the third slot comes in, the majority says, we don't want you, we vote you out, and then we go down to the fourth one, and then we're back to where we started again. So if you just have the no consecutive mayor thing, it just forces to at least go to the fourth slot, if anything. This way you can't go all the way back. That's the only thing I'm looking at, just to prevent any type of collusion there. But I think the rotation thing alone is going to solve that. I really don't think it's going to be an issue. But I just thought that.
Are you good with the 2 years?
Yeah, I have no problem with 2 years in your term. I don't like the consecutive thing. because the consecutive thing to me is kind of a power drive, and there's no reason to be for 2 years, I don't think, because you've got a pro tem that's coming up. And, if somebody's not qualified for that and you vote them out, then you have a third slot, and if not, you have a fourth slot. But if there's collusion involved and the majority doesn't want those to come up, then it's going to come back again. And that's what I'm worried about. So by just saying...
And I'm personally okay with what you're suggesting, but I still want you to understand with collusion, they just picked the number 2 guy.
Well, and that's true, but at least it goes back and forth, and it's not the same one. I mean, it's all you can do. I mean, to kind of minimize it. But yeah, I have no problem with being, twice and within your term. That's fine.
And I'm okay with no consecutive terms also.
Okay, good. And then I like how you said, and I hope the council agrees with the fact that if we do retain mayor's decision on those commissions, that if there is 2 people or more on the same commission, then you can argue your case. Because a lot of times when you get up here and you find out someone else went for it, because of the Brown Act, we can't discuss that. So we don't know who signed up for what. And sometimes when they come and say, oh, I didn't know you wanted it, oh, well, you go ahead and take it because I'll withdraw. And then it makes the mayor's job that much easier because they pull out at that moment. So I like that idea where you're coming and giving the mayor the options. The mayor still wants to go with the original decision, so let me get her decision. But at least you have that opportunity to make it public and find out if there's anyone else that would, customarily pull out, and make it easier that way.
So I want to make sure I understand that concept, because it sounds like there might be a consensus on that. The mayor would ask for nominations. If somebody's nominated, he would ask if that person wants to serve, and if they don't, then they won't be considered. If they do want to serve, and there's only one person for the position, then he can appoint.
Well,
If there are two people, then he would hear comments from 2 people before appointing.
Well, I think, John, I think we're still using Mike's idea with the list. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, the thought was that we still use the list, and when the mayor gets the list, if there's only one person for each position, and he goes ahead and appoints that. If there's more than one person, then that comes to council where we get to make our case, and then the mayor selects of those who are interested in the position, the mayor just picks one. So it doesn't go to a vote of the rest of the council. We still get the mayor to make the final decision after he's heard the case of a couple of people. I didn't even think what Mr. Martinez brought up, which is the fact he's right. There may be 2 of us who have signed up for that position. One of us really wanted it, and the other one was just sort of, hey, I can fit in that, and we don't get the opportunity to have that discussion yet. Where, hey, Mike, I really wanted that position, and Mike's like, oh, I didn't want it that badly, and then we get that option rather than have the mayor make a selection that is not in the best interest of the 2 or 3 people who want to serve in that position. Is that what you're?
Yeah, and it's still the mayor still has the opportunity to say, yeah, well, I still would rather have you do this, and they may or may not, like you said, explain. They may not have to. But at least it gives that opportunity for, oh, I didn't really want it, to pull out. Because we can't do that because we don't know who's doing what. Because all those lists are sent to Nicole, and then Nicole sends them to the mayor, and then the mayor goes through them. So I think to streamline it, the list has to be there because it makes it go faster. And for those one positions, it'll be, cut and dry. But for the ones that aren't, then we can bring it to the mayor for them to decide, with the discussion.
Does that make sense, John?
Yep. And let me just make my note here. The one exception would be that would not apply. That would apply to outside boards and commissions, right?
Yes.
And the mayor on ad hoc committees, the mayor would just appoint, right?
Yes.
And then on city boards and commissions, those are selected by the council, like the planning commission. That's not a mayor nomination. That's by city code. Those are selected by the council.
Correct.
Yes. That's right. I think we're all in agreement on that.
Okay, I understand.
That's good, though. That's good.
So I think based on the comments that you provided tonight, it's enough information to go ahead and craft an ordinance revising the code, and then it'll come before you for a first reading. And if you need to make changes to it at that time, you can still make changes, and then the final version would come to you at the second reading.
Yes.
Does that work for the council?
Yes.
Yes.
That's good.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. On the, let me tell you this, on the legislative updates and discussion, after that will be, a city clerk report. So I want you to be aware of that. Steve will do that because he has probably a lengthy report on that. So let's move on and Kyle.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight's the legislative update for the month of August. As you know, the California State Legislature session ended yesterday around midnight and went into the early morning, but the votes actually had to be taken before midnight last night. So the update packet that was submitted for the agenda on Friday is not necessarily up to date with what has occurred over the weekend as well as yesterday. So I'm going to bring you up to speed on that. Some of the things I want to identify in the agenda packet is that there is a new California testing system coming in the flu season, as well as the governor rolled out a new I don't know if you want to call it opening plan, like we all somewhat expected on Friday, but more of a guidelines on kind of where we sit, as opposed to being on the watch list. We've now created a 4-colored system, and much of the details in terms of what color means which and how to progress from one color to another color, including the different types of businesses that can be reopened under each, are on the state's website, which is covid19.ca.gov. So if you're interested in, or you're having trouble falling asleep, go ahead and read through that, because it has a slew of different information available on where we kind of sit, just so that we all know. I'm sure you know, but in case members of the public don't, we are in the purple color, and then next comes red, then orange, then yellow. Yellow is almost back to normal, but cautiously still venturing into the COVID-19 waters. My suspicion is we will not get to green until we have a vaccine that is distributed, as well as society developing what we call herd immunity. So don't look too forward to getting green anytime soon. But I think we as the county can start making actions to progress from purple to red to possibly orange in terms of doing all the different precautions that are out there. At the federal level, there has been some work and an agreement between the Trump administration and the state of California in terms of the unemployment benefits. So they have reached an agreement where unemployed Californians can draw an additional $300 in weekly unemployed benefits through a new FEMA program. And then the agenda packet had housing legislation. So if you allow me, I'm going to shift over to the update that I received this morning that discusses what occurred last night. And there was so I'm going to scroll through some of these. So AB 66, which is one of the police use of force bills, was not considered, so it did not make a vote. There was AB 685, which was employer notifications in terms of COVID-19 exposures, and that was passed and has been sent to the governor for his consideration. Another police reform as it relates to chokeholds was AB 1196, and that had passed both the Assembly and the Senate, so that has been sent to the governor for consideration. Another one that passed dealing with police and use of force is AB 1506, and that allows law enforcement agencies and district attorneys to request a new division of the Attorney General's office to investigate, report on, and potentially prosecute a criminal case when there is an officer-involved shooting that results in death of a member of the public. So that has been passed and sent to the governor. Rent evictions, I know that was something that we all were interested in. So AB 3088 passed and was signed by the governor by midnight, so that has become law, so that prohibits evictions on rent. Similarly, the rent or the eviction prohibition was also adopted by the federal government, so that spreads far past California, but I think those were extended until the end of this calendar year. One of the bills that we had discussed at the last meeting, which was the only housing bill that had made it out of the committees, was Senate Bill 1120 in terms of housing maps and allowing duplexes and urban lot splits to occur within single-family zones. That was approved by the Assembly, but the Senate did not consider that item prior to the midnight deadline, so that bill failed to pass out of both houses. And then the last one that I was going to talk about is the COVID-19 workers' compensation, Senate Bill 1159, that had passed and will be sent to the governor. And then what is the other update I received a couple of minutes ago? Yeah, it has the federal, it was dealing with phase 4. So phase 4 stimulus is still being debated. I know it sounds like a broken record, but they're still debating that at the federal level. There is a sign that the Senate Republicans are putting together that narrow, I was going to say $500 billion, but $500 billion COVID relief package, really shooting for a vote next week. It's unknown whether that vote will take place or if the Senate Republicans are using that act as bargaining power to try to get the initial proposal for phase 4 completed and hopefully agreed to by both sides of the aisle. And I think that's all I have for you tonight, unless you guys have any questions. So take a sigh of relief. We did make it through the California legislative session without any critical housing bills that aim to dethrone our local zoning this year. But I would expect a slew of those bills and new ones to be coming back early next year in 2021. So sigh of relief now, but let's not get too optimistic about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Go ahead, Todd.
Thank you, Mayor. The police bills are pretty far-reaching. There's a lot of work done by Cal Chief, so I've asked Chief to give you a little bit more in-depth briefing on the implications of some of those. Are pretty critical.
Very good. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, thank you again, Mayor and Council. Before I jump right into it, I did speak out against some of these bills and spoke with our Assembly member and others. People may be surprised, but I'm in support of some of these reform bills. And I tell you, we're prepared in this city, in this police department, to be scrutinized. And something I wanted to bring up, just a lighter side of why, as we talk about community policing, I received this book. It's titled Documented Chaos, Pastry Journal, Dessert Recipes. And it's from a local Beaumont resident that wrote this pastry book, and his parents brought us a copy of it, and there's a note inside of it that says, "To Beaumont Police Department, a special thanks for doing what you do. You saved a young man by reminding him about the choices and the consequences of those choices. Thanks from the parents of the chef." And I didn't mention his name just in the event. I haven't spoken to him about that, but I just wanted to read some of the work that your officers do and the impact in the community. And so I'll go through some of these bills, and you'll see why I support them and others why I oppose them. But I'll just talk about the ones that there were some 22 bills were introduced late into this chaotic legislative session. It was already pretty crammed because of the time restrictions of COVID. So imagine 22 bills coming in just to reform the police departments. And so 731 was probably the most dangerous, and that would have eliminated the qualified immunity from police officers in cities that hire police officers. And I think the one word that continuously was overlooked in this was the word qualified. Police officers don't have absolute immunity like judges and legislatures and those folks. So you have to qualify for it. You have to be with sound policy and practices that have been well established. 776 would have completely expanded the public availability of police officer records, so frivolous complaints would have been made known to the public. You could really ruin an officer's reputation and drive good folks out from wanting to do this job. AB 66 was the limited use of kinetic energy or chemical agents on any type of crowd, even to save peaceful members of that crowd. 773 would have removed law enforcement members from the state's 9/11 advisory board or 911. AB 1709 tried to reinsert the definition of necessary in the context of reasonable use of force. So again, we would have went to a Monday morning quarterback situation on use of force instead of what reasonable officers saw with similar type of training and experience. And then AB 1022, a really bad bill, would have required officers to physically intervene when another officer used what they thought was excessive force. But, some of these, they may sound good intention, but they were poorly defined. And so if you thought another officer was going too far, you have to physically fight the officer who was trying to fight the suspect. They were quickly and poorly written. Some bills that did pass, AB 1196, it's going to prohibit law enforcement agencies from using carotid restraint during an arrest. We'll have to see what that final language looks like. It may be permitted to save the officer's life. We're not sure yet. Interesting part about 1506 that Kyle mentioned, the caveat about the Attorney General, it's not that we may request them, it's that they're going to be required to investigate a use of force, or excuse me, an officer-involved shooting where the suspect was not armed. But I'm going to wait for the definition of what unarmed or armed is. That's going to be important. Again, none of these are law. They will. The first ones I mentioned will not go to the governor. These two will go. Let me talk about a few of the good bills. So AB 1299, this is a bill that requires police departments to share with posts, peace officers and training, information about officers who are terminated or resigned in lieu of termination with a complaint or charge pending. This is the first step to a certification or decertification program, right? So no more, hey, if you leave now, this never happened. That's how bad cops cycle through departments, because you can't get the truth on them because there would be a non-disclosure agreement when they resign in lieu of. And so we support this. AB 846 addressed bias in police recruitment and hiring, just meaning our material can't be so militarized. And it needs to focus on some community-based efforts, and then we need to look for implicit or explicit biases in our applicants. Again, we're doing those things here already, so we were in support of this. A very important bill, AB 1775, this would bolster civil and criminal statutes to protect persons against the misuse of 911 to harass other people. This is not the swatting, this is what you saw in the Central Park in New York, to call the police just to harass somebody. And some significant victories. AB 1945, if signed, will recognize your public safety dispatchers as first responders. They truly are unsung heroes. I've talked about them relentlessly. They've all been very patient with me. I've talked about their exploits, but they really, this is going to help them and open up services to them. AB 2617 will allow enforcement of gun violence restraining orders. Right now that's a civil procedure, so I think we'll have some weight behind it if the governor signs that. And then lastly, AB 2068 will extend the sunset date of the California firefighters and peace officer memorial funds for the state personal income tax check-offs. So if you want to donate to either one of those on your personal income tax, still are able to do so. And so we're grateful if that's signed. I'm thinking it would be. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Very good. Okay, council, it's open for discussion or questions? Chief or Carl?
I have two questions, or
Go ahead,
comment questions.
Martinez.
Chief, I just want to, I appreciate your community policing mindset. I think it's a really great approach, and I think the community appreciates that. You can see that with the non-lethal upgrades with the tasers, getting the best equipment we have for our officers. The cycles, the bicycles, great approach to have that community outreach and that exposure out there to the community. So I thank you for that. The only question I have is on that intervention bill. Was it, so you're not necessarily against the idea that the officers, if something is going too accessible, should step in. It was the way that bill was written. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'll take you back about 6 weeks ago. We talked about the policy of the Beaumont Police Department.
Right. That's what
requires intervention if there's excessive use of force.
I just wanted to clarify that for the public, because I remember that. So, all right, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Very good. Thank you. Council? I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Carl. Okay. City Clerk report. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Because of the Postal Service fiasco and the pandemic, many of our citizens want to know if they are going to be able to vote safely and securely this November, and whether their votes will be received in time to be counted. The city clerk's office will provide clear and immediate information on how, when, and where the voting will take place and how you can make sure your vote counts. First, all registered voters in Beaumont will receive a county voter information guide on or about September 28th. The guide will include a list of all Beaumont voting centers and ballot drop-off locations. On October 5th, mail-in ballots and postage-paid return envelopes will be sent to all registered voters. Voters can mail the ballots back, drop them in the ballot drop-off boxes, or vote in person. All mail-in ballots must be signed by the registered voter. We would suggest that if you fill out the ballot, sign it, and mail it as soon as possible after you receive it. That will help ensure that it is received on time by the registrar of voters. Ballots must be postmarked on or before Election Day, Tuesday, November 3rd. Once you send in or drop off your ballot, you can check on its status by signing up for the Secretary of State's ballot tracking program online at where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov. I would also remind everyone of these important facts. As I said earlier, all ballots must be signed by the registered voter. The signatures of all registered voters are on file with the county registrar. Each signature must be certified as legitimate before any vote will count. Third, there have been no verified cases of significant mail-in voter fraud where ineligible votes have been counted. For more information, please check out the Beaumont website under City Spotlight. And Todd, thanks very much for putting the voter information in your new city manager's report. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, nothing is more important in our democracy than the right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. That was great. Great information. Do you have any question to Steve, Council?
Mayor, I have a comment on this.
Okay, go ahead.
And I think it's more of a comment for the city manager. It's been brought to my attention that there are some concerns with the ballot box here at City Hall. and because it is in a position, I don't know where it is. I don't know any of this firsthand, but someone asked me to bring this to the attention that it is not monitored, or it's not in a position where people can see what's happened. And again, if I have the opportunity to bring it up, there's been comments that people have been seen dropping off stacks of ballots in that box. So, I just want to make you aware of that. I don't have any proof or evidence that that's true, but it is something that I think if we just are conscious of that when we decide, where the ballot box goes, how it's managed, that kind of thing. So, just don't shoot the messenger.
I can speak to that if you'd like. The Riverside Registrar's Office gives us guidelines on where the ballot box should be kept.
Okay.
And they, in conjunction with myself, choose a space.
Okay.
We don't have a ballot box yet. We won't until October 3rd, 5th, when the ballots go out.
Okay.
So at that point, they'll decide where the ballot box should be.
Okay. I just want to bring that to the attention.
Very good. Council,
Thanks, Nicole.
I think we're good. Okay, thank you. Okay, council reports. Council Nancy Carroll, you're first again.
Oh, thank you. I always get to go first. Actually, I don't have much to report. A lot of the committees and RTA was dark in the month of August. So with that, I think the chief, it's trying times. It really is. And I'm very proud of the reports that I keep getting on our community police. And they did a great job at the traffic stop. No one was injured. Keep up the good work. Thanks. I'm done.
Very good, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara, your turn. You have to unmute. We cannot hear you. There you go.
Only one this meeting.
That's it.
I think by the time they stop the Zoom meeting, I'll be all ready to go with this. Don't have much to report other than it's great to see the businesses opening up in the 2nd Street in Commerce. It's funny, you can tell there's a new restaurant that opens up or a new fast food opens up when the line to your favorite fast food, such as In-N-Out, is really short. And you can see that the reason for it is because Cane's was extremely long. So it's an exciting time for us. Chief, thank you for the report. And again, our police officers are doing a great job. Very, very proud of the men and women in blue here. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next is Council Martinez.
Okay, so I think the Financial Audit Committee meets next week. RCA has been dark, so I don't have any from that. I just want to make a few comments. I'm proud to see that the Symmetric Golf Tournament was very successful. I thank Mr. Richard Beneke for providing updates to the council about the tour, so I appreciate those. And I did have a comment as well. Very proud about the Sangaronia Village Commerce area, and getting a lot of great feedback, and the eateries are looking great, the discount stores are looking great, and for Mayor Pro Tem Lara, I was sitting in Kane's line today, so if you happen to have gone by, I was sitting there, so just to let you know, it was great, the eateries are doing really well, so that's all, Mayor, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Council White.
Nothing to report from my committees. I did want to make a comment about the policing in Beaumont. My wife and I are sitting at the interchange underneath the Highland Springs overpass, and we're getting ready to turn left, and a car from one or two lanes over just jumps over, turns left, jumps on the freeway, and that's the moment we all say, where are the cops when you need them now? Boom, Beaumont policeman came over from 3 lanes and followed the car on. And we were very happy to see that. I too like all the new businesses that are opening, but I do have one complaint, and this is something that I hope the city manager can do something about. It may be a developer's issue. There is a sign on the corner of the street, First Street, across from the movie theater that says shopping center coming here in 2019. I think it's time that we get that sign taken down. That's my only issue. I just get picked on that by my kids. As we pull by, oh, Dad, you still don't have a cent here. So anyways, that was sort of a light note. So anyways, that's all I had.
That's good. Okay, thank you. Mine is, first of all, just get this information. Barry, he's not in, his 51st wedding anniversary?
52nd.
52nd. Wow, that's great. Now, on the business side, is the Racing Canes is just open today, and they have, training on the employees yesterday. That was good. That was really, really excellent. And seeing that. And I'd like to share with you, if you haven't tried the cupcake on the 6th Street, and they have a really fun, really good cupcake and some cookies in there. And they're good franchise thing. Go ahead and check that out. I think it will be really good in that. Other than that, on the Tuckwit Canyon on Symmetra, me and Todd, we were there on Saturday morning and see what's going on. And they did really well organized, tournaments in there. And we have fun in that. We took a walk and everything. And we have some other comments, but it's a positive comments. So, other than that,
we're on 6th Street.
Oh, 6th Street, Ounce Club.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right next door to there?
Yeah, they're good.
Okay.
Okay.
You might as well finish the commercial with the ad.
I know, but I'm so excited. I was there several times. So, and they asked me, how come, some other people doesn't come and everything, but there's a line in there. People start coming in. So check it out.
We will.
Okay, other than that, I will be next. Thank you. Economic development update. Kyle, you still around? There he is.
Yes, sir, Mayor, I'm here. The cookie place you're referencing is called the Cookie Plug.
Yeah.
So that's what it's called if you wanted to look that up. And then also, Councilmember White, I also loathe that sign on First Street. So you're not alone in terms of your dismay for that thing. Economic Development Committee is going to be meeting next Wednesday, which is September 9th. So we'll have a better report for you on the 15th. Thank you.
Thank you. City Treasurer report is not here, and probably nothing to report on that because there was no meeting or on the Finance and Audit Committee. City Clerk report. There's no additional report on that. Next will be a City Attorney report. Mr. Pickney?
Yes, the only comment that I had is I wanted to just point out to the council that the work on the rules of procedure that we spent time on this evening were a collective effort. They were an effort by myself and Nicole Wheelwright and also the city manager. I didn't want to take credit for their input and their work on the rules of procedure. That's all I had.
Thank you. That's good. City Manager report. Mr. Todd?
Thank you, Mayor. And I will say on those city council rules and procedures, all the things you wanted in tonight, I told John to put those in.
All right.
So he deserves all the credit. So one of the things that council worked on very hard, we had an ad hoc committee, was to develop the city's COVID-19 response program. A key element to that was the business assistance program. Our application process opened today for our $3,000 small business grant. So We look forward to people delivering their applications, and hopefully we have so many coming in that you need a budget amendment to think about adding more money to it. So that's moving forward. Last thing I'll kind of talk about real quick is the implications of the Apple fire for Beaumont and Banning in the county. The burn scar area is massive. There's some major components upstream that really flow towards Banning and Beaumont. And I think Banning and Morongo really probably have a little bit more to worry about than we do, but we still anticipate seeing some potential debris flow impacts coming towards Highland Springs and then coming down the Beaumont Avenue corridor, the 79 corridor. So we've been coordinating with CAL FIRE, with Flood Control District, with Beaumont Cherry Valley Water, with San Antonio Pass and Riverside County to try to get a feel for what the threat conditions may be. And we are working with really appreciative of the Flood Control District for establishing a monitoring program. So they're potentially talking about putting up monitoring cameras for the duration of the next couple of years to look at what the conditions are that are going on in those valleys. So what we're worried about is the fact that if we have upwards to half an inch of rainfall in the scar area, that will cut loose. So we'll see a lot of potential debris flow coming down. It'll take 3 to 5 years typically for those burn scars to heal and to establish vegetation to hold everything together. So this is going to be a very proactive monitoring program that will require monitoring for quite some time. The CAL FIRE, Riverside County, and our police departments are working together on how to develop a notification and evacuation process. So we're identifying which areas are most vulnerable, which areas may need to be targeted for evacuations, and then where to evacuate. If roads get blocked, where do we go? How do we handle that? So that's in the works. We are also getting prepared for any kind of FEMA project applications that we need to submit. So finance is setting up the monitoring, tracking systems to be able to code any FEMA-oriented response correctly so we can more quickly make an application for reimbursement later on. So that really is concluding the city manager's report for tonight. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Todd. Okay, future agenda items. Council, any future agenda? If not, we'll just, next meeting will be September 15th, 2020. And I will adjourn this at 9:20.
I'll wait on my future agenda item to